Man, somebody today was saying that they were writing about Pathfinder, and Pathfinder's this newer version of D&D that I guess has been out for 4 or 6 years now, 8 years maybe.
I think a lot.
Yeah, but they were saying that Pathfinder offers more choice, which I thought was such a weird statement to say, given the fact that the entire basis of Dungeons and Dragons is to present a set of rules for DMs and people to really just expand on. It's the most choice-filled system ever. But then they went on to explain that it's more to do with like character progression choice, where in Pathfinder you actually have to choose, a certain way to level up, like a certain ability score or whatever to raise up. Whereas, so it's kind of like a multiple choice thing for your based on your character class. So it, essentially it gives you more. I don't know. I've never played Skyrim.
Pathfinder is essentially
it's more. I mean, it really depends on your DM, but it's kind of more like rule of cool. Like it's a bit more open to just being creative. But it's basically the same.
Oh yeah.
Or they're very similar. At least I'm sure I'll get flamed for saying it's the same as D&D.
I mean, that's why so many people call it D&D 3.5.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
No, Pathfinder is Paizo.
84,
Or
252,
Paizo, or whatever they're called.
84, 252, 21. 84,
Well, which one is it in? D&D 3 or Pathfinder, where you have pun?
I think that's Pathfinder.
I have a question for the team. Did I miss the experience sheet last week?
Nope.
No.
Okay, good. I'm always scared of missing it.
As long as you don't miss out on the experience of adventuring with friends.
The more you know. Bring.
Yeah.
I want to watch this. There we go.
So, if I'm reminded right, we're trying to sneak through December, right?
So, yes, to recap for everybody just joining us now, just a quick round of introductions. Over on my top here, we have Denver playing Kite, the human monk, and Jace in the center there, on my screen at least. Where are you? Yeah, Jace is in the top right. And he is playing Emus, the the human necromancer. And then we've got Calyndra, the dark elf arcane trickster, played by none other than Lynette, and Bops, the musical gnome, played by Mike, and Ty playing Grond, the half-ogre slaughterama empowered. I don't even know how to describe him now that he's a wild mage. Like rolling the dice. So he's a wild mage equipped fighter. It should be interesting to see how this all rolls on. And where we last left off on last adventure, you guys are literally right now beginning. You're still standing right in the middle of chaos. The horses have moved up about 15 feet up the road from your current scene of battle. They didn't move too far. A couple of the other guys' horses took off. One's just standing down the road staring down at you, and the other's kind of wandering away. These things have saddlebags attached to them. You do notice that. But there's bodies literally everywhere. I think you just cooked somebody. J-Man Weird as the troll also. Thanks for joining us in chat there, J-Man. You guys are literally in the thick of it. I think you just cooked somebody in their armor. You kind of done I don't even think that you guys did a quick search of the area.
Did we get any information before we burnt that guy?
So the only thing that you remember seeing were flashes of that same shield that you've seen, and what looked to appear to be large men in dark armor.
Oh no. Dark armor, that's the Night Legion.
Yeah, and you actually do remember seeing a, you know what, I'll get, Yeah, Emus, I know you're kind of focused on notes and stuff like that. So you do remember seeing flashes of Thurgar, and you do remember seeing flashes of the city of Sember. Something about the marketplace. That guy was in the marketplace and has a vivid memory of there, but you can't quite
Thurgar.
piece. And yeah, and there was and he apparently met Thurgar face to face.
Thurgar is the assassinated thief.
Yeah, that's what he has in his memory.
Okay, so that was
Yeah.
these were just flashbacks too, though. Yeah. I do let the group know that I am kind of getting weary again. I know it's early, but I didn't get a rest. Or wait, we full rested, didn't we?
Yeah, and actually, is anybody within 500 experience points of their next level?
Who's so close?
Okay.
No.
Okay, then y'all motherfuckers can wait for your experience. So I'll just tack it on to the other stuff and I'll add it up for experience for the next session. But for now, you're kind of on the road anyway. And you're literally standing in the middle of chaos. So while you did have a good night's sleep the night before, and you managed to come out of that.
Okay. No, I'm still good. I only spent a couple.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So
Calyndra,
go ahead.
I was going to say Calyndra was searching the bodies when she was, they were doing that.
Okay, so on these 6 men, and there is the bigger guy that was cooking in the armor, the other guy that was all bloated up from the poison and stuff like that. You find a variety of leather belt pouches, both large and small. 7 in total in the large department, 4 in total in the small department. Each one of these gentlemen, the 5 gentlemen, are wearing chainmail armor. And it's underneath their shirts. They've actually pulled their shirts over to give themselves the appearance of, regular travelers or unarmed travelers. They're wearing cloaks, which most of them had pulled down. So you guys know they had cloaks, but they're hooded. So those are really decent quality leather cloaks. A lot of them appear to be wearing similar garb, like they either appear to be of the same faction or they all shopped at the same JCPenney. But either way, you know that they're wearing relatively the same garb. High hard boots for most of them. And none whatsoever.
I'll look through the belt pouches if there's any.
Yeah, you find altogether a total of 297 gold pieces.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
113 silver.
113 silver. Okay.
Yeah. 400 copper pieces. 400 even in a larger cloth sack.
Cloth sack. Okay.
Yep.
Sack.
And you've got 2 horses standing nearby that are like fully bridled. They've got their saddles, their tack, everything. Inside most of the pouches attached to the horses, you also find coils of rope. Each one of the men appeared to have a 50-foot coil of rope.
So there's 5 of them. Okay.
Yeah. And you also find that they're equipped with 3 of them have long swords, 2 of them have maces. All of these weapons appear to be of excellent quality. Nothing remarkable in terms of signature or any kind of runes or anything weird, gemstones or anything like that, but they appear to be of high quality. Now, the leader, his sword is a little bit different and does in fact have orange gems encrusted into both the pommel and the hilt. And you can see it's got several fine notches in the blade, but otherwise looks very sturdy and excellent quality. Picking it up, you find that it is lighter than expected.
I should do detect magic, hey? I don't have this one prepared, so it is a ritual, so it'll take me 10 minutes. So maybe when we see that, they keep doing what they're doing, and I would do the ritual for detect magic.
Okay, well, we'll say while she's been digging through, everybody's been rooting through bags and everything, you've been preparing the spell, and boom, the spell radiates out from you and illuminates both the longsword that I was just describing, one of the gentleman's maces,
One mace. Okay. So
One mace. And underneath the tunic of the guy that was all bloated up, you can see his body was being compressed into a nice glowing suit of chainmail, a nice glowing chainmail shirt. Yeah, right now it is absolutely disgusting as the flesh of the individual swelling underneath of it and now dead is pushing up through the rings.
We should clean that up with some prestidigitation. Did I do that right?
The horses. Yeah, you also find a couple of large sacks of feed, apparently for the horses, attached to those two that are nearby. You know that you've lost two horses; they've gone. One, and then two are standing about 100 yards down the road, and it looks like they're just munching grass at the side of the road.
Are they going to be recognizable? We can take the feed though, and
Hold a sec. I'm not done. There is also a glowing ring on the left hand of that bloated individual.
Okay.
And picking it up, you find it appears to be crafted of black hematite.
Black hematite.
It is glowing. Yeah, some kind of magic there.
All right.
You can try. And on a natural 20, while you do recognize the hematite, the type of stone that ring is crafted from, you do not discern any kind of attributes to the magic itself.
With detect magic, if the magic belongs to any sort of specific school of magic, that it comes with the detection, but I don't identify its properties. If there's
you get the sense that it is a protectant of some sort.
Okay.
That it offers some kind of protection.
Soon I will be able to tell us what everything does, people. I just have to study harder.
Keep training, friend.
Yeah. So
thank you.
So the flies are beginning to buzz, and the air is starting to hang thick with the stench of death, and even the horses appear to be a bit unnerved by the scene of battle and the absolutely disgusting mess of a human being sitting in the center of it all.
Is there a cloak that would fit Kite size?
Yep. One of the guys is only about 5'4", and you find a cloak that would fit you quite nicely. Be long enough to hang down to the back of your calf, but without impeding your movement.
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to try and hide our appearance as best we can, friends. And yeah, she'll kind of put the hood over.
Yeah, it's a dark brown, supple suede cloak. Hooded.
You took this one, so now there's 4 left. Anybody else taking stuff?
Actually, will any fit Calyndra?
Yeah, so you find some, most of these guys are between, 5'4" and 6'2", and the cloaks are all relatively the same size, and they're all relatively the same. That same, soft suede.
Okay.
You don't want to be recognized while going through Sember, people.
Oh, in case the cloaks are recognizable,
Are you muted? Did I mute you, Grond?
No, he's muted on his end.
Oh shoot! If they can hide it under their chainmail, under their cloaks or under their shirts, she might be able to hide it under hers. And if it's magical, that would be a benefit to her, because no one else here can use chainmail. You.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you're taking the magical chainmail?
Sure.
Okay, so that's down to that.
What kind of a sword did he have, Kelly?
A longsword. It's a longsword with a silvered hilt and amber gemstones embedded into the hilt and the pommel.
I mean, you can always sell it if no one can use it.
Well, we could sell it. I think that's probably the best. I want to wrap it up in a cloak. That way, in case that gemstone, I have a concern that gemstone is
activated by blood.
Or something that can spy on us, because if they have the information, I mean, gemstones they tend to be magical, right?
And
that would
they tend
potentially
to
be
be
a
able to
focal
do
point.
wide variety of things.
So I say we wrap that thing up, forget about it until it comes time to sell it, and just
Okay,
unless
And
you can
also,
identify it at some time.
we should
So that
also
one
do
can
something about the bodies too.
okay.
If you want a magical longsword, just because I'm nervous about us using this one, you go ahead and take mine, and it's the +1.
Well, I have the +1 dagger too. I
No,
can.
the longsword, this one was lighter. This one was lighter than a regular longsword for a gnome.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So yeah, it is lighter, but the length of the weapon is something that's going to take you some getting used to. Do you have proficiency with longsword? Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, this is a medium weight weapon, and it's half the weight that it normally would be for what it is.
All right,
You
so the
probably
gnome
just have
got
to
that
use
one.
like 2 hands to use it, I guess.
This is great. A gnome with a magical longsword. This is awesome.
Okay. Test it out. We'll see what it
What if
does.
we look at trading it off for a magical rapier or something like that for you?
Yeah.
With those
Anybody
gems, it
else?
could be very distinguishing too.
Because
Now,
I
which
would trust
choice-
that thing in our hands. It's going to be too big of a flag and a beacon.
Hey, Jace, can I get a sound check from everybody?
Check,
Jace?
check 1, check 2.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, Grond, I know you're good. Denver?
Checking the mic. Check the mic. Check.
Yeah, everybody's coming through. I think we're picking up everybody. It's just chat was mentioning we were losing some people there, but I think it's just people are intermittently muting every once in a while. You know, some of us are chewing, drinking, farting, singing off key.
Of course.
Man, I'm so sad that I can't, like, I have to figure out how to queue up this stream deck. I got everything prepared with ambient sounds and like tons of stuff. It's really great. But unfortunately, nobody can hear that. Oh, except for maybe Chad just heard it. Or rather, everybody in Twitch land would have heard it. Maybe.
So
Let me
we've given
just
up
see
2
if this goes
folks. Okay, anybody else grabbing anything before we divide the money?
I don't think so. Do you
use,
have
like,
any
a
magic
mace?
weapons? So
Could you use the
I'll
mace,
actually. Well,
What's that time?
I can give you
Could
the
he
+1.
use the magic mace?
The mace is pretty heavy, but you know, it's
I'll
a
give.
little bit unwieldy for him for sure. And the thickness of the handle on that mace is not meant for a gnome's grip.
How about my magical +1 longsword? Is it light enough for him?
It's smaller and thinner than the one that you have, but the weight is slightly more, just due to the difference in their magical nature.
Can I lend him that one at least to train with and to have in case he
Yeah.
needs it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, Gone, Bops, I attack with 2 weapons, but you know what? We need you to have something that can deal damage. How about my +2, +4 versus lycanthropes? Is that one?
That's
is
a
that one
full-size longsword.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah.
I have two 2 magic daggers. I can give you one of them. Okay.
We'll find you something. Okay, so 2 cloaks gone. We're holding on to a magical mace, though. So we're dropping the regular mace.
Well, there's two maces, or 3 maces total.
Oh, 3 maces total. Okay, so 1 was okay. So we're
Yeah.
dropping 2 regular maces.
All right, I guess that depends on whether you guys are going down for those horses that are 100 feet away, because there's a mace strapped to one of those as well. That'd be your 3rd mace.
Gone, Bops.
Okay, so yeah, there's more rope. There's another sack of feed there, and there is dry rations for 8 people stuffed into that one horse's pack.
8 dry rash. Holy, this is a lot of stuff, guys. Okay. Dun, 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 dun.
While they're doing this, I'm going to actually start dragging the bodies into the bush.
Okay, yeah.
I was going to suggest we should light those on fire or something, or bury them.
Okay,
No.
can I get a roll of insight from you, Kite, please?
That big of a hole will take us a while.
Oh, it's 8 plus 6 is 14.
Yep, that's okay. As you're talking, you're looking around and surveying the type of ground that you'd be digging into, and you find that it's hard-packed dirt and rock, that there is very little chance of you making any real progress by digging here. There is some very thick underbrush, like very thick foliage on either side of the road to the north and the south.
Maybe animals will find them before.
Well, I was going to
So
say,
the circle of life continues.
but if we leave them too close to the road, that means carnivores are going to be closest to the road, potentially ambushing people.
Maybe. Hey, Ty, can you move your mic just a bit closer to your...
Sorry.
There we go. No, that's great. That's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Kite will help Calyndra with that.
Grond will actually help Calyndra as well. I should be able to drag him pretty quick.
Okay. Okay,
As
so
that
you guys...
helps, I'm gonna be checking that guy, the guy that was poisoned.
Yeah.
Just looking for some special effects to write down about that, the effects of that poison.
Okay, yeah, you study that corpse, and you know what, you have seen a lot and been revolted by a lot, and like your stomach is really strong, but the odor starting to come off of the rot of this particular individual is more offensive than the rest of them. You're not sure if that's attributed to the urticaria poison or whether or not it's something else, but yeah, he is just like...
Be cautious and give myself a quick spearmint up the nose.
I mean, the other guys have only been dead for like 10 minutes, right? So they're just like warming up in the sun. But this guy is definitely like, he's got some stink of death on him. Like he's been there for 2 days.
Perfect. Okay. Sorry, last question before we have to divide money. We're dropping the 2 long swords, or the 3 regular long swords and 2 maces, because that's heavy. What about the 4 regular chainmails?
Yeah, so they're all chainmail shirts. They're not full suits. But yeah, only the one was glowing.
Okay, that's good.
Now that said, yeah, you guys do have a covered wagon, and it wouldn't take much to like even Grond would know this too. There wouldn't take much to cart them back and try to sell them if you were to.
Sounds good. We
Not
just
a
got
bad
to
idea.
Horses.
That's the only trouble them through December, but we can do some smuggling. We could.
There's
Okay.
Okay, so we'll keep everything.
someone grabbing the ring too, right?
Yeah, Emus is already wearing it. You just noticed.
So Emus, in order to get that ring off, you're going to have to cut that finger off.
Oh no.
I'm used to that kind of stuff. We're good.
Okay, so you set to work cutting off a human finger, and
Oh,
the
that's
rest of the people, the rest of your party looking on somewhat horrified through the corner of their eyes. Some unable to look away.
Horrified when I sniff the stump. That's when you get horrified.
Yeah.
Then lick it a little bit.
Oh, that
Yeah.
is so...
Calyndra's
That's
already
so-
busied herself with something else.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I
Hey,
forgot
little
about that.
buddy. Who's a little buddy? Who's
His
a
name
little
is
buddy?
Gregory, I'll have you know.
Yeah, Gregory.
Gregory the Grub.
Nice.
You guys,
So the area gets cleaned up. You guys spend about 30, 40 minutes packing everything up and kind of rummaging around some stuff, cutting off a finger and sniffing a stump. And then you move the bodies off to the side into the foliage and you set back out on the old dusty trail. So the road...
throw the raven up for our scouting abilities.
Okay.
Yes. Well, 297, so that's 60 with some or 59 and change. That's gold. Okay, so and then 113 silver. And the last one's 80 copper each. How much was the silver you said? 20. Okay, 22. 80. There we go. Okay, and then in the cart, we have 5 coils of rope, 4 chainmail armor, 3 longswords, 2 mace, 1 magical mace, 3 leftover hooded cloaks, and then there's 5 loose horses. We threw the horse feed, so there was 3 bundles of horse feed, and then 8 times dry rations. Quite the haul. All right. What's the plan? We got the scout up. We're heading December.
Your bird flies up and you begin to get visions of what he's seeing. Through his eyes, you're able to see that the road ahead is cracked and broken in several places due to washout from the side of the road, possible some recent flooding. Other than that, the sky is relatively clear and blue. There's only a few clouds here and there. Light breeze blowing. The smell of spring is in the air, and the sounds of insects and nature are all around. So you guys plod up ahead, and I'd say, about 30, 40 minutes pass on the road, and I'm going to get one of you to designate yourselves and roll me a D6,
please. D6.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next? Who rolled the natural 20 already? That was... Okay, Calyndra.
Okay. 5.
5? Okay.
5.
Yeah, so nothing transpires the first hour that you guys are traveling. About another hour passes, and you guys have probably had the most uneventful time in the last hour as you did in the hour before that. The day continues on with absolutely no interruption at all. And you figure it must be getting on, probably 2 or 3 o'clock by the time you notice any activity on the road. Up ahead, about 100 feet up on the road, you can hear the sound of horses coming around a slight bend up ahead, and you see that there is a traveling caravan. You're not sure what it's carrying from this far away, but it appears to be 2 men seated in the front of this covered wagon, and they're being guarded by 4 sturdy-looking armored guards in partial plate armor, carrying long swords and pike staffs.
So that's like... Sorry.
Yeah.
That was my question. Thank you, Gnome.
Even Grond, you guys have really good eyesight anyway. Some of you have exceptional, Calyndra would easily be able to, oh, yeah, I see them.
Oh, I'll definitely relay that information to the group as well.
Okay, yeah, and you guys start to hear the horses, and then they come into view, and you can see them, and they slow their approach a little bit, and they're just kind of doing, the similar cautious pass as many travelers do on these roads.
Before they got too close, Kite would have done her minor illusion to hide the contents of the cart, make it just look like the vegetables.
Yeah, Grond or Bops mentioned that before you guys took off. Yeah.
Funny.
Calyndra's close to Grond, making sure he keeps his mouth shut.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't think it's very funny.
With a
Yeah,
water
he is-
sword, no.
Any of these warriors want to trade for a longsword?
Yeah. Yeah, so not too much attention being given to you other than to just keep a relatively close eye on Bops in the seat, and they, you can see a few of these guys in armor give him a gentle nod as they pass, and the two merchants appear to be older guys, somewhere between 50 and 65, you'd say, long beards, streaks of gray on the one guy's beard, and he raises a hand and waves it, kind of waves at you and nods, but none of them speak. They do. Can I get you to roll a perception? Okay, you can see through the opening in the covered wagon just behind the gentleman that there is rolled up wads of silk, and it appears to be some other tapestries.
Remember our first adventure, the tapestry smuggling one?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Should we make it? I whispered. We should let Gonbops know that our first travel that we ran into trouble with the Thieves Guild was moving tapestries in silk.
Okay, they get behind you about 20, not even 20 feet, maybe 10 feet, and you hear a hold from somebody. Yep. Wait, please. The one guy turns around the horse. He's like, "Those vegetables look wonderful." He's like, "Could we purchase some from you?" The guy's jingling a small pouch in his hand. He's like, "We'd pay more than fair price." He says, "Very well then," and he just turns and
I
walks.
believe you.
Yeah. Yeah, I just checked Discord. It looks like we're not getting in the stream feed. We're not getting Emus at all. I don't know if Jace is not. Oh, are you talking about the one with the white screen, J-Man? Like, are you looking for audio from my whiteboard? I hope that's not who you're complaining about being muted, because the whiteboard isn't going to say shit. Yeah,
That attitude.
Yeah, that bugger's muted for a reason. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure who you're not hearing. Like, we can all hear.
If it's in the middle, it's got to be Mike, because Mike is in the middle of the stream.
Ah, that is Mike. Yeah, let's have a look.
Honestly, you've cut out for a couple times for me, but I don't know if that means anything.
Yeah, that might be each person's individual feed. Nice. They actually have a game show called that now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
That's got to be really hard for resale. Was there lava?
Yeah, so you are not coming through. I can see that now. I wonder why that is.
That was a good one.
Yeah, and I can see the channel levels going up with everybody except for when you talk, Mike. No. Yeah, for some reason it's showing you as muted. Hang on, we're going to try and fix a quick technical issue here.
Although, I'm sure you've got a great falsetto, too.
I'm sure I do.
Can we hear you climb the octaves?
We
right
got
now?
it.
Go, a deer, a female deer, ray, a drop of gold. Oh, is that good?
Yeah.
Hey, don't make me finish the song.
Yeah, no, I figured it out. Yeah, your levels dropped on that particular Discord window, so
Oh, perfect.
it's all good now. You're rocking. You're singing. Yeah.
Right on.
And chat's like a ray of drop of golden sun. So, yeah.
Channeling that inner bard.
A name I call myself.
Nice. That would have been the worst, to have a muted bard the entire day. Like, of all people, to be muted.
I think that
hey,
depends on
you
the
know what?
bard and the opinion.
The bard just bards in mime.
Yes, imagine a mime bard. Their performance is a mime, and they do like magic.
I know. Can you imagine how short
Demonic
his
bard.
lifespan would be? Can you imagine that? People would just be like, "Oh, that's enough." Yeah,
Right, then.
yeah. It's
I
clear.
gotta do that one day.
You better have a license for all that miming, eh? What?
Yeah. So you guys are continuing down the road for quite some time. Let's throw a little ambience in for our audience.
Kite also gives Gone Bops some bones for that sweet sweet maneuver there.
Yeah, that was a weird story. I want to go to this wedding.
Yeah, it's a good thing nobody reached in to pick out some fruit or vegetables there. Like, oh, look, those plums look lovely. And only
Hands,
two of them.
hands off the merchandise, pal.
Yeah.
You know, this gave me an idea.
And so
actually.
firm.
I think I'm gonna give myself another cover story. I'm like, here, hold on, and I kind of like pass the reins to the back, and I take my makeup and I put like way more gray and white powder in my hair, so then I can look like really old, like a little older, and then I can say I can't hear anything. So if people like want me to stop, I can just keep going.
Okay.
We'll see how
Until
that.
they ask for some vegetables, it's like, I can't hear you. So I reach in anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I got a few suggestions for them if that's the case. Magical suggestions.
Perfect. Do you want to roll a performance for that or what?
For the disguise?
Yeah, for the disguise. No, I'm just kidding. That way your disguise looks like just shit. You think it looks great, but the, the people that see you've got like lipstick right across
Across the teeth.
yeah, across the teeth.
I like only put half my beard like powdered,
Yeah.
and the other half is like still pink.
Right now I'm picturing you like as a little like ZZ Top member. Boom.
Well, I do have powders and makeups. Like it's all for putting on the shows. So I can darken my beard or lighten it and do all.
Everybody's crazy about a sharp-dressed gnome. Okay, so we are trotting along, and what are you guys doing? Another hour passes by after the last encounter, and you still haven't encountered anything. The road kind of winds a little bit, and some of this territory is looking familiar to you. You sense that you were getting near the fork in the road that took you north to Sember the last time.
I referenced that map again. The map I drew in my. We're getting close to that part, I think, but I think that's just north of Sember. I just want to double check.
Yeah, so you know that as you're approaching that area, that the road continues straight east towards Highwatch, and then there's a fork that heads northwest, or northeast, sorry, and that heads up towards Sember.
Okay, I remember which one. I relay that to the.
Yeah, you figure you must be getting close to that area by now.
Right.
So, how long do we figure till Sember?
2 days ride.
2 days. So we gotta spend at least one more night out in the bush. I guess you let me know if you're ever getting tired, but I'm just gonna keep riding until the sun sets, and we don't want to draw too much suspicion. We'll just have a camp out in a. I'll look for the best enclosed space that I could pull the cart over in for us to camp.
Okay, Emus, you get a sudden flash towards your friend in the sky, and you see that an eagle has decided to pick a fight with it. And you can see it streaks towards the bird and just passes through its smoky, incorporeal self, and then your crow recoalesces and keeps flying, and the eagle appears to be being quite persistent, dissipating and causing blackouts in your vision as well between you and the bird. As it streaks towards it, the crow dissipates and recoalesces.
I am going to summon it back. I don't have the time to do that ritual right now, so yeah.
Okay.
So summon it back and let the group know we're without the bird's eye view.
Okay, so after a few minutes, you see the smoke coalesce back down into your sensor there, your brazier.
He just has this draw on a stick that his crow hides.
Draw on a stick. Isn't that what Kender elves use?
Yeah, a little slingshot on a stick. Yeah.
Not a bad secret weapon, actually. I mean, you can.
AC is 12, and it's basically 1 hit point. Anytime you hit it, he's gone.
Right. So you guys continue on the road, and after a while, the sun begins to set. At least the sun that you can still see in the sky begins to set, and darkness starts to fall on the area. You haven't had any encounter yet, but I'm going to get somebody designated to roll me a d6.
How about Emus this time?
Emus.
A 5.
Yes.
A 5. Well, that is exciting indeed, as another hour passes without any interruption. So night is almost setting in, and your stomachs are starting to grumble. Kalados is helping himself to some of the rations that you guys took from the last group of people. And Kaylin as well has started to kind of rummage about the food in the back of the cart, searching for something to eat.
I cast prestidigitation on all those 8 rations to make it taste like teriyaki beef jerky.
Okay. Kaylin being a vegetarian is utterly appalled at the flavor, but strangely wants to consume more.
It's go ahead, dive into your guilty pleasure. It's
yeah. It's this is good.
Oh,
what else can I eat that tastes like this? It's Gone Bob's cast Make Carnivore.
So I look for a place to pull over, and I suggest to the group, I think it's time to make camp and put in for the night. I'm going to look for a place that's secluded, kind of off the beaten track if I can, hidden by some woods. And I don't think we should put a fire on because, light can draw in some unwanted attention.
What's the temperature like? After he's done drawing.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he'll draw a thermometer after.
Calyndra's actually going to ask Gone Bobs if you could teach her some of the disguise stuff.
Oh, well, sure. Here you go. Most of the disguise is how you move it, how you work it. And it doesn't have to look good up close. Most of it, it's you want to just get a general feel, and consistency is important.
Wizard just your makeup here, by the way. He's just God, Bobs, you got to make the disguise believable. You can't rely on the good looks and the charm and the rock star personality you have. That's super believable.
Oh, it's all, yes. You have to, really throw yourself into the role
Into
to
the
do a
role.
good disguise. Just don't hold back. No abandon or whatever.
Reckless abandon.
Reckless abandon.
Exactly. Yes. You disguise yourself with reckless abandon, and everything will be fine.
Okay.
If you know what I mean. And like as I do that, some makeup like wipes off my nose.
Gotcha.
Like, oh, get it back out again, and
Missing a little bit of that believability.
You guys pull the wagon off into the side of the road and a small little patch of grassy area with a light little stream running right across the road. It's just
How lovely.
you can cross over it, but it thickens up on the side of the road that you're on and becomes a little more fuller where it hits the ditch, and then it's just kind of breaking the crest of the road and weaving its path across possible runoff from somewhere else.
How
I'm
cold
gonna
is it at night?
Sorry?
How cold does it get at night?
As cold as it does here in Alberta and Stony Plain or Edmonton right now at night.
In July?
Yeah, in July. It's about this warm, but you're in springtime there.
So it's not a comfortable sleep, but it can be done.
Yeah, it's warm.
We are in the cart, then we can stay warm.
If we cuddle.
Yeah, like hardier folks.
I
like Grond,
just leers
Like-
and shuffles away from Emus a bit.
yeah, Grond, Kite, Calyndra, like those folks. Like Emus would be the only one who might shiver a little bit. Maybe Kaylin, but I mean, she just did prison time. Same thing with Galados. So realistically, this beautiful smell and the outside, the springtime, and just, I mean, it's all really just a sense of overwhelming awesomeness for everybody. Aside from the fact that you've been repeatedly attacked.
Yeah.
Are
Well,
you lighting a fire?
No, so that was the discussion to see if we were going to light a fire.
Okay.
We're still close to December. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Can
if we light it-
prestidigitation create heat?
yeah, I can start a little fire, like light a candle or a torch or a small campfire. Yeah. But it
I'm
can't
thinking just
make.
a heat source.
Yeah, I don't think it can radiate anything.
It's more like the spark that ignites the flame. You still need some materials to hold.
We'll still have.
You know what I can do? All right, I got it, everybody. I take one of these swords and the long swords, and I can superheat this sword and put it in metal, and it could be like a steam room, or I could, put the sword in some water,
Science.
or we could just
Turn the
kind of
wagon
like.
into a sauna?
Yeah, put it up. We could like bring some rocks in there and just like kind of heat it up, put it on the rocks to heat inside too, and it wouldn't make any light.
Grond will
Can
grab
throw-
some rocks for you.
I got a 2-man tent we can throw over somewhere.
All right. And as we're doing that, as you're getting that ready, I'm going to sing a song of rest just in case you get attacked tonight before we heal up. And everybody gets 4 hit points. Yes.
I'm going to do a search around the perimeter of the camp as well and just make sure there's no paths or fresh tracks of something that might.
Okay,
You don't
that
want
sounds like an investigation check to me.
I'm going to let the group know I need an hour with my book before I go to bed, so I can take first watch if need be, but it's best if I'm accompanied with somebody because my nose is going to be in my book.
I'll watch with you, Emus.
22.
Thank you, my friend. We can sing songs.
Sounds
You
great.
You can sing and I can listen.
I'm working on a rap. You can beatbox.
Oh,
Go to sleep. I rolled a 22 for investigation.
22 for investigation. It turns up not much except for some edible blackberries off in the bush.
Ooh. Yum yum.
Grab those and bring them back.
It's actually quite a hardy little patch of blackberries, so you're able to quickly gather a full handful and return to the camp.
Okay, well, grab my own. There's some over there.
As soon as you show those berries off, Kaylin is almost on your hands immediately. Like she's like very like excited to
They're
see
over
them.
there.
She runs off in towards the bush.
Oh.
Calyndra lifts himself over the edge of the wagon and gets down and sits down beside Emus and just starts running a sharpening stone across the edge of his blade.
All right.
So Kaylin is running off to the blackberry bushes in the woods.
Well, someone.
Kite will go.
That
go
sink
there.
in.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you guys, you go into the bush and you help her. You're about 40 feet in to find this, so you're about 40 feet deep, and you know the patch is kind of weaving in and out of the trees and stuff like that. Well, hello, kitten. Yes, there's no kitten cam for you tonight.
At that point, then I probably would have just like followed her into the bush to make sure that she.
Girls trip.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Fine, I'm back. No.
You guys gather up a horde of these fresh blackberries, and yeah, you bring them back to camp, and everybody kind of sits around and has a little bit of a munch on those, some dry rations.
They have like the girls all have like a mud mask and like some effervescence.
Okay, Calyndra. Truth or dare or don't. Go.
Look at this.
Wait, no pillow fight?
What a dick.
Get out of here, Emus. You're not part of girls' night.
It's like his crow is like spying on you. Like, get out of here.
There's a dart that goes right through the crow.
Can I get
Buzz
everyone
off, you buzzard.
perception, please?
Perception.
Yo, passive perception.
18.
14.
So 18.
Bops and Kite. Who else? What do we got?
22.
Okay, Emus, you guys all hear the faint sound of horse hooves approaching at a fairly decent speed. Sounds like somebody's in a slow gallop anyway.
Kite will just kind of hold up. I hear horse print or horse foots coming to Calyndra.
Grond, Grond, go hide.
Try and stealth into the bush, but keep a close eye on the party.
I'm gonna creep to the edge of the bush or toward the edge of the bush then.
Okay.
And I'm gonna stand on the cart.
Okay, Calyndra gets into the back of the cart and tucks himself down between the casks in the back of the cart and kind of pulls one of those cloaks over him or something, pulls a blanket over him, and just kind of gets hidden. And so who's out in front? Gone Bops? You're still showing yourself?
Yeah, I'm gonna show myself, and I'm gonna cast like the illusion of the vegetables in the cart too.
Okay. Who all else is staying visible with Gone Bops?
I think someone else should be, so this guy's not brave about it.
Guy?
Sorry, it was just one horse?
You can't tell. It sounds like one or maybe two horses. Hard to tell, but it's very distant right now.
I'll use this. I'll use my spell. Disguise self and make myself not look like me, like just as another person, and go out there with them then.
Okay, are we talking like a beautiful young maiden? Are we talking disheveled homeless person? Are we talking like how are you looking?
Kind of like a fighter woman type thing, but not.
Okay.
Get rid of the distinguishing features of the drow.
Are you going to show yourself armed?
Well, sort of, not like heavily armored, but a sword and.
Okay, no problem. So after about half a minute, you hear the horse hooves get closer, and it seems that there is at least two horses that you can hear.
And I want to welcome them to music, so I'm just gonna keep playing my music until they come in and interrupt me.
Okay, so you start up a nice little ditty and keep
like way before they get close too. Like they should hear the music as they approach.
Okay, so you can hear that they're in a bit of a gallop, and then you get the sense they must have heard the music because the horse who's slow, and three riders come into view. It looks like a young woman riding on a horseback, and she has two riders, one on each side of her, that look heavily armored, and they're wearing full face helms. But she appears to not be carrying any kind of weapon. Those two are armed and armored to the teeth.
And I'm just like, I just kind of do this and just keep playing and just relaxing.
Okay. And they spur their horses up. They look at you for a moment. The one rider on your side does. He looks down to the north towards you, and then they spur their horses on faster. And the three are gone within a matter of, half a minute. You can't even hear the horse hooves.
I whisper to Calyndra, I'm like, they really dodged a bullet there, didn't they?
Oh,
And
yes.
I keep playing my music.
So nothing happens for about 10 minutes, and the sounds of nature, the crickets or whatever insects, like the cicadas in the bushes kind of chirping, and things kind of start to calm down. The clear sky, night sky overhead, and stars are starting to show brightly, and the night's really just kind of settling in.
Did anyone recognize her?
No.
All right. Well, I don't think there's any clues that they would have left up there, but before we go to bed, Emus and I will have first watch. I'm just going to go take a quick look at those horse prints and see if they dropped anything, or
Okay.
because I don't know about those. Those they seem pretty heavily armed. Maybe they're part of that black guard or something. So
Okay. Roll me an investigation.
Can Kite help him to give him advantage?
Yep. 100%.
Oh, advantage. Okay.
Yep.
Get to go again.
As Kite helps you.
Ooh, that helped. 20.
Okay, so yeah, you don't turn up anything other than to see that the freshly made horse hooves are of a fair size, bigger than the horses you now travel with, which is evident from the horses that passed. They're a larger steed for sure, and the weight of the heavily armored soldiers definitely left a heavier imprint from the horse hooves. But other than that, you haven't found that they dropped anything at all.
Okay, I turned to.
Had a place to be in a hurry.
Yeah. I kind of sniff the ground and kind of taste a bit, and I look up. I'm like,
Sorry, did you say sniff the ground?
No, I sniffed the ground and
yeah, that got
taste
weird.
a little bit of the dirt. And I'm like, I look up the Kite. I'm like, they had horses here. Okay, let's go back.
He's like,
Deduction is astounding.
tastes like shit.
Oh, I'm allergic.
Slightly like shale.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then, there is a little bit of a babbling from the brook next to you, those little rivulets traveling over the stream, but everything kind of seems pretty peaceful in this first watch. I'm going to let you roll me a D20, Gone Bops. Okay, you're staying up with him, or was that him and Emus?
Emus reading the book.
What'd you roll, buddy?
Is there any modifier to it, or just straight up D20? Okay, I rolled a 1.
Okay. And Emus, I'm going to assume that you're paying some relative attention despite the fact that you've got your face buried in a book.
Passive perception?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, roll me a D20.
Someday you'll get to use that passive perception.
I'm going to try because this one's horrible. Natural 1 with...
I rolled a natural 1 too. That's 2 natural 1s, man.
That's horrible.
During the course of the evening, you do hear some rustling off in the bushes to the north of the camp.
Emus, do you hear that?
I do, but I don't take my eyes off my book.
Okay, after a few seconds, the rustling stops, and about a minute or two passes, and you still haven't heard anything else.
All right. I just keep humming a little quiet tune and keep looking around.
Okay, so your watch passes without a hitch. And
Nice.
You guys wake up the next person. Who else is going on second?
I can go on second.
Okay, and Grond as well, holding up second. Okay, I will get both of you to roll me D20.
19.
10 plus 2.
Okay. You guys have an absolutely uneventful second shift.
Nice.
Yeah, you're able to get some decent rest up until this point, and you wake up the third watch, who is going to be composed of Kite and Kalados. Okay. Kalados is staying up. Kaylin generally sleeps through the night and doesn't take a watch unless she wakes to go hang out with Kite occasionally. so she's out cold in the back of the wagon there. And now I'll get both of you to roll me a d20.
It was just 20, right? Not a perception?
Nope, just 20.
8.
All right. So you hear some rustling in the bushes from the south side of the road. It appears you can see the bushes kind of shift a bit, and a large, fat, white rabbit edges its way out of the bushes and starts moving across the road in the direction of the camp.
Oh, hello, friend. Kite's just going to kind of watch it, but she's not going to do anything.
Okay, there is a larger rustling coming from the area just that the rabbit just came out of, and the rabbit stops for a moment and then scurries right through the camp, right past you, and into the foliage on the north side of the camp. There is a bit more rustling, and it seems like whatever's coming through is fairly sizable.
Kite's going to mention it to Kalados, and she's going to laser in on that those bushes rustling.
Yeah, now I'll get you to roll perception. Pretty please. I'll roll one for Kalados as well. Okay.
Must be a little dark because I got a 7.
Okay, yeah. Kalados puts his hand right across the front of you to stop you from stepping forward, and he says, "Hold on here. Something's not right." And you guys wait a few seconds, and you see a large furry animal about the size of a fat, like, what could I compare this to here? So take 4 Great Danes, pack them together, cover them with black fur, and put a white stripe directly up the back of them. As a giant skunk nuzzles its way through the bushes and onto the road.
Don't move, Kalados.
Kalados is like, "I'm not moving. I'm not going anywhere near that thing."
Kite's going to cast a minor illusion.
Okay.
And just kind of make a look like a little field mouse is running through the bush away from us, but like kind of past the skunk.
Okay. So the skunk kind of sees the mouse, and you see it stop and pay attention for a moment, but then it begins sniffing the ground and heading in the direction of your camp. It looks like it's making its way across the road and is now...
Kyle also tell Kalados to go quietly wake up Bops, and then yeah, and she's just gonna kind of keep an eye on that thing, but not try to make any sudden movements.
Okay. Oh, okay. The skunk stops and looks at you, looks directly at you. You're not even making any sound, but the skunk turns and looks, and it stops for a moment and looks at you, and its tail flares up a little bit, and the fur on its tail gets a little intense, and then it kind of backs off a little bit, looks at you cautiously, and then the tail kind of deflates a little bit, and it shuffles off and starts sniffing in the ground, heading in the direction of the blackberry bushes down the trail north of the camp. And it smuggles its way into the bushes.
Seems like we're in skunk territory.
I'm so glad somebody didn't swing at
Giant
that. Yeah, yeah, giant skunk no less. So anyway, the skunk phenomena passes, but you can hear it rustling in the bushes about maybe 30 feet from where you are.
Kite's just going to kind of keep an eye on that specific area, and just kind of keep tabs on the area. Okay.
So after a while, the rustling in the bush stops, and you notice that it stops, and you pause for a moment. Who all's awake right now? Grond, Bops, you, and Kalados, correct?
Yeah, Kite.
If he's gone away, we could probably tell Grond Bops to go back to bed.
Okay. So you do hear that rustling as the skunk returns about 20 minutes later, shuffling its way back through the bushes and making its way directly through the center of your camp now.
Well, before it made its way to the camp, Kite would have, if she's noticing it, she would have been like hey, wake people up.
Yeah, so you wake a few people up, and the noise of people stirring seems to startle the skunk for a moment, and its tail flares back up, and it kind of looks around as if to ascertain where the noises are coming from, and then it backs off a little bit.
And Kite will kind of make a minor illusion of just like a black cloud and just kind of like obscure the area.
Okay, so the black cloud kind of, you can see that the skunk is frightened, and it turns for a moment and raises up on its front paws as if it's going to spray, and then it kind of does this weird handstand movement forward, drops back down on four paws, and scurries across the road and into the bushes on the south side of the road.
Man, this guy is just
Oh, black cloud indeed, my friend.
octopus tactics.
One away. So, yeah.
We'd be
so
casting meditation like the whole day.
I'm proud. Kite almost cast Stinking Cloud.
no magical ability, but there it was.
Listen, Sun Tzu, Art of War. You got to know your enemy.
Yeah, you almost knew that enemy intimately. So the skunk menace has passed, and it heads, towards the end of the shift, and you start to relax a little bit as the sounds of nature, generally overwhelm the area. The sound of the stream, it's all very soothing, and given your state of tiredness, having been, wired alert since the skunk encounter, it's time for you to catch a little bit of Z's, maybe.
She slept the first 2 rounds, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she usually gets up early to train after the watch anyway, so she'll just kind of meditate and do some more training.
So the last watch finishes without any other encounter, and the suns begin to come up and cast a beautiful light on the day. Dawn has arisen.
I'm going to shake the sensor, rise the bird.
Okay. The bird flies up, coalesces, and takes to the skies, and it soars over this beautiful dawn, sunrise coming up over the mountains to the north. Sorry, not to the north, I guess to the east. Sun rises in the east, sets in the west, rises in the east. And
Well,
then,
it depends on the planet, I guess. So
yeah, you guys, where you are coming into right now, there's literally mountains to the south. There's mountains just to the northeast. There's mountains further to the north, and then there's mountains on the other side of those mountains to the northeast. And then in between those two is where Sember is located. So either way, the sun is coming up over the mountains, whether you like it or not.
Swoop low on our paths, get a good check, see if there's anything on our way, and then tell the group to have some breakfast and make our way.
Okay, yeah. So when you're making breakfast, are you starting a fire? Or are you
no, I think we better just get going, and you just eat on the road here.
Eating some of those plums from the back of the wagon?
Yeah.
Snacking on a couple apple-sized plums, much to Grond's chagrin.
Some of the blueberries.
Yeah. Some of the blueberries. Gone. Bop's like, hey, those aren't blueberries. So you guys pack up camp after eating a quick breakfast, and then you head out back on the road. And within the first hour, you start to notice that there are a few travelers heading down this path. As you're coming up, you reach a fork in the road, and you can see these huge mountains looming up in front of you, mountains to the north, several miles to the north. And you know that this is the path that you turned northeast to head to Sember, or you could go straight ahead. The signpost, as you approach, you can see a stone-mounted, huge, thick wood, iron-bound signpost. And it's got a sign labeled Alshanir in one direction, Highwatch to the east, and Sember to the northeast.
We've been here.
You have.
Yes. Off to Sember. Okay. Remember something about Sember?
The December
remember that it sucks.
In Sember.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, come on, man. Really? You're just going to hover that there, eh? All right. What a dick.
It's inspired by the giant skunk.
I know he's like, skunk? I'll kill it.
Do you need a model for that?
Is he a dick or is he more of a pussy?
Aww. pussycat. You're so cute,
But I'm
buddy.
ching.
Yes, but you're being a big pain in the ass because you want to go out. So this is how you. Babaloo, Babaloo. I'm just gonna sing right into this thing. Babaloo. This microphone smells like shit.
Singing into the cat's ass.
Yeah, buddy, you are the cat's ass. Babaloo. Why are you doing that? Why? Why no? Kitten. All right.
Oh, no mic in the shot.
It's half the reason why I play Friday night to see your cat like
Your
photobomb.
sound guy.
So funny. So funny. Like, oh, are you planned? Now's the time. I want to shine. And you do, kitten. You do. So with the kitten encounter having passed, you set forth on the road. The sun comes up. It's a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky, birds flying overhead, and you guys kind of head northeast along this trail. The road is about 30 feet and very wide here. 30 feet across and well-worn, definitely well-traveled. And as you guys start heading up here, it only takes about an hour and a half before you start to see the first sign of travelers. A caravan approaches, led by a team of 4 horses. It looks like there's a warrior seated next to a woman who appears to be dressed in common garb, seated on the front of this fully loaded wagon. It's not covered and has, looks like covered crate, like just, it's not one of the covered wagons, but the crates and stuff that they have bundled into the back of this wagon appear to be covered by blankets and such. And then behind them, you can see as you're coming up, you can see about 100 feet behind them, there's another group of travelers that appears to not be in any way relevant to these travelers. And that appears to be a merchant caravan of some sort with a large wooden covered wagon and 4 soldiers in tow, each of them on horseback. And it's being led by a team of 4 horses as well.
All
right.
Relay that information to the group. Should we take a closer look to see how they're armed?
I'll take a look at them as they pass and just keep on my way. Yep.
Okay, you see the burly warrior seated next to the very gentle-looking woman that approaches in the first caravan. The warrior hails you and says, "Hello."
Good day, good day. Safe travels on the road today.
He's like, "Yes. Any encounters we should be aware of, my friend?"
Well, we did cross a giant skunk yesterday after some berries, so I just caution you on where you camp.
He's like, "Yeah, we'll be having nothing to do with that critter." Thanks for the tip, friend. And he kind of nods his helmet, and they continue on the road past you.
Yes.
He seems kind of just he seems friendly, but he kind of keeps a corner eye on you as he passes.
As he
these
should.
parts are dangerous. Yeah.
Yes, in
So,
these times. And
now you see that large. Yep. Yeah,
I just
so
start whistling a tune and keep going. Yeah, sorry.
What?
I just start whistling a tune and head on my way.
Okay, yeah, no problem. You start whistling some magic tune that causes them to, have some effect. Like, we gotta stop at the side of the road and make out right now. I don't know what's overcome me. It's like, that gnome magic. That gnome magic.
It's romantic magic.
Nat 20 charisma check.
Yeah, that's right. So you've got he's all liquored on the Homoltum Nerbsby that he's got back in that house. So you guys continue up the trail, and that other caravan is approaching now. It's a dark wooden and iron covered carriage.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got 4 guards on horseback. They look to be bearing the shield emblems of Sember Guard.
Mm.
We know them to be not. Sorry, I let Bops know that we know them to be corrupt.
Oh, December guards. All right, I'll just keep minding my own business. Just dipping my hat as we pass and keep going.
Okay, they ride past you. They give you a bit of a glance as they pass by. The gentleman seated at the probably mid-30s gentleman seated on the front of the carriage and urging the horses onward doesn't even pay you any attention as he ushers the carriage by. So you guys do a close drive-by and you continue up the road northeast towards Sember. You guys travel for about another 2 hours without any event, and I'm going to get a designated person to roll me a D20.
D20.
Who's taking it?
I'll do it
Go
this
for it,
time.
Emus. Oh, okay.
Oh, 13.
13.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you're traveling for about another hour, and you come upon this location, which appears to be a little intersection. There's a thin path heading to the north, but what catches your eye are the several thin trees hewn into stakes and stuck into the ground here. Atop the sharpened points and in various stages of decay rest the heads of several orcs, a human male, and a goblin. A thin path leads into the woods for about 300 feet or so from what you can see, and then appears to dip in beyond an embankment, and you lose sight of where the path goes at that point.
Do we remember that from our last travels here?
No, you do not.
I don't.
So who all saw this there? Like everybody, I guess, or
It's very visible. It's like, these guys' heads are staked up on the side of the road.
What was
Grond is
the
hidden in the back of the thing, so he wouldn't see anything.
Okay.
what was the name of the orc thieves guild leader who former thieves guild leader?
Ildrick?
Eldrin.
Eldrak.
I'm willing to wager, since now that Ildrick's gone, I bet the orc's ability to terrorize these lands isn't as absolute.
That just means there's an elf in control now. She probably didn't like the orcs much.
Strange that they would rally to her cause right after she killed their leader, though.
Do any of
Or
the
did
heads
they
look
actually rally to the
familiar?
cause, or did she just discard them?
I think
Well,
she
they
sold us.
they rallied to the cause to knock us all out, so that was the last we saw of them.
I still think they're cooperating under one banner. They're just different factions, different chapters of like. Okay, metaphor time. Like a biker gang has different chapters, different functions, different markets. I
Right.
think that's how they.
Maybe these orcs got burned.
Markets.
Yeah. Rackets.
Yeah. We've all seen Sons of Anarchy. We know what goes on there. Just kidding.
Do any of
But
the
yeah,
heads look familiar at all?
No, and actually the heads are in a pretty decent state of decay, flies buzzing around them, and the human head is particularly bloated and rotted and seems like it has been there longer than the other ones have.
let's get out of here before Emus wants to put them in a sack and take them with us.
Good point.
I wasn't going to take them with me, but I could probably look and tell exactly how long they've been here with like state of decay. Especially the
Your
human
eyes,
ones.
not your fingers.
Yeah, so I'll get you to roll me an investigation check.
Oh shoot! This dice is going to get retired. Natural 1.
Oh,
Okay, so you figure that the one head of the
But
orc is...
it's a 9. So
So I don't tell you whether or not you succeed or fail. I just tell you how it goes. So you can interpret how you want as a success or a failure. You figure that the orc's head is probably 9 days old, and that the human head has probably been sitting there the better part of a week and a half, and that the goblin head has probably only been there for a few days.
all
so
right.
that's
So
How accurate that is, I can't be sure.
I'm just going to relay to the team. As far as I'm not getting too close, but as far as I can tell, these are dead at different times.
You hear Calyndra from the back. Oh, are they? Are they then? Okay, well, it's good that we've got that piece of notice. They've been dead for a while. That's fair.
Well, it's not one raiding party, kind of like all killed at once and one slaughtered. This is like maybe they're cleaning house kind of thing. One at a time, catching
like
them
that.
and cleaning house.
He's like, that makes sense. And then he goes to take a bite of his jerky, and he's like, looks down, and he's like, ugh, lost my appetite.
I cast prestidigitation to make it taste like a honeydew steak. I don't know. I'm a vegan. Like
Honeydew steak.
Make
That
it
is a thing now. Yeah.
Make his jerky taste like steamed vegetables.
It's like the bacon in Better Off Dead, that movie with John Cusack. Remember when they make the bacon and it just turns green and slimy, kind of crawls off the plate. Oh, it's so good.
Secretly, you've been just casting Beyond Meat.
yeah,
Yeah.
Beyond Meat.
I cast Beyond Beef. Instantly, your vegetable-based food becomes infused with so much sodium and additives that it completely, ruins any ability for nutrition to be there. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. This.
All right, I
Beyond
figured.
beef, indeed, beyond believable. Okay, so you guys continue on the road past this place.
Yeah.
Okay, so you travel for about another 4 hours with absolutely no events whatsoever, and you see another traveler coming down the road. It appears to be just a single woman, and she is armed to the teeth with a longbow slung over her shoulder, quiver of arrows, and a two-handed sword.
I
And
cast
she's just got
vanilla.
that leaning on her. You cast vanilla.
I cast vanilla across all, like, just to make the aura smell like a vanilla gust of wind as
Okay.
she passes by.
Okay.
That's not very stealth.
She passes by and at first looks at you suspicious, but then you see her nostrils flare slightly and she kind of smiles at you a bit and continues on past. And she just seems to have blushed a little bit.
Like, evening, my lady. Safe travels tonight.
And to you, sir, she says.
You seem to be quite armed, heading out late by yourself. Are you okay?
She's like, I'm used to these roads. I've nothing to fear here.
Well, you are a fair bit hardier than myself, then. Good luck to you.
It's like, good luck in your travels. You're not far from Sember, my little friend.
Thank you for the advice. Just head off.
Yeah, she continues on.
Craig.
She was literally
You're
like
going for
marching
a
on
phone
foot.
number.
Not even on a horse, just marching on foot.
I kind of want to know more about her, but geez, we're on a secret mission. There's just too many valuable people in here that we got to protect first.
Yeah. That's like, give it up, man.
I got one for this. When traveling through the melon patch, don't adjust your sandals. You gotta, when things are dangerous, you gotta focus on what's important.
Oh, monkey.
That's on Sifu used to say.
I'm just like, I pretend I know. I'm like, mm-hmm.
Honeydew steak.
Yeah, I'm like, honeydew.
She would have explained the layman's terms afterwards as well. So,
like, like you're so wise, Kite. So wise.
Okay.
As we're back in the cart, am I close to Calyndra?
Well, I mean, you guys are all relatively close. It's a small cart.
Within like a communication whispering distance?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to tell her that Gnome was speaking a bunch of nonsense to actually cast disguise self, and then I'm going to go over the hand gesture and the word dissimulato say, and try and get her trained up to use the higher level disguise self.
Okay, but not mansplaining it to her?
Whispering, she can roll her eyes.
Like, yes, of course.
He's like, well, I'll tell you how I'm explaining it to her. Like, okay.
Oh yeah, no, it would be probably a heavy percentage of mansplaining. She can roll eyes.
Yeah, so Emus breathes heavy, telling you all these, secrets, the ways of the Force.
He just mouth breathes all over her.
What are you doing?
Yeah. He's like, well,
you're creepy enough.
Yeah, and nobody has said anything about brushing their teeth in quite some time. So, yeah, he's like pulling sinew through his teeth. It's like a scene out of, you remember that movie Kingpin? Yeah. Oh my God, that's awesome. That meme. It's hilarious.
This is the most Chad of us all now.
Yeah. The most Chad of us all. So you guys continue on down the road, and the scent of vanilla wafts into the wind and becomes nothing after a few moments. And the cacophony of nature fills the air once more as you guys continue to trot down the road. We have a trot. Ambient. There we go. Horse trail trot. Let me know if that's too loud in chat. I'll turn it down for you. It's gonna be funny rewatching this because there's like sound effects being added as we go. So you'll be able to watch it and just, there's tavern sound effects. Oh, there's like, horse trail sound effects.
It's like, there was a train that came through.
It's a giant cat. There's a train. I mean, we got everything going on. So, yeah, too funny. So chat says we're good. We're good. So you guys head back out on the road and you're traveling for another couple of hours. It's getting into the afternoon by this time. And you're starting to get hungry when suddenly the front horse, one of the lead horses, begins to limp, and it stops, causing the rest of the horses to stop, and it begins pawing at the ground.
Ooh, I pull over, and I just look down at the ground and see if it's hit anything.
Okay, I'll get you to roll investigation.
Bam! 22.
Okay, you notice as the horse is pawing the ground, there appears to be a large rock wedged into its hoof.
Oh, I go easy. Craig. Is it Craig or Melinda?
Well, we know it's not Chad. We know that fact now. Craig or Melinda, yeah.
So I'm like, Craig, let me see. What do you got there, boy?
Okay.
And I try and take the rock out.
Okay, no problem. You wedge the rock out of the hoof with relative ease, and the horse appears to be doing much better.
Right.
After a slight delay, you climb back up into the driver's position, and you urge the horses forward. And you guys are traveling for yet another 3 hours without any incident, and it is starting to get dusky.
Do I see the lights of Sember up at all?
Not at all yet. You guys figure you probably still have another half day.
Half day. Well,
yeah.
Should we push through tonight or just kind of camp out here?
I'll get somebody designated to roll me a d20 as well, please.
They close up the gates for the night, don't they?
They do.
So we wouldn't be able to go in unnoticed during the night.
All right. Let's pass. Let's go pass the night someplace safe, and then just travel another half day to Sember tomorrow. Then.
Okay.
Sounds good. Who's got that D20?
Actually, I'm going to get a D1 percentile, please.
Ooh, I love rolling percentile.
You got it then?
80.
Nice.
80. All right, so you're traveling for a little bit, and the road suddenly starts to get muddy, really muddy. And traveling a bit, soon the mud is probably close to 1.5 feet deep. And it's struggling, the horses are now struggling to get through this particular section of the road.
How long is the road, this section muddy for?
It looks like it continues on for at least a good 50 or 60 feet, but it's hard to judge the stability of the road from here. It looks much like the rest of the road, just a slight shade darker. So you're going to push it forward?
I look in the back and I say, hey, everybody, I think, Grond, we might need you to put on a cloak and get some of our stronger folk here to help push this cart
Am I
out
going
of
to be a
this
little
mud.
too obvious this close to town? We're kind of pushing a bit of a dangerous situation here, too.
What we can do is make you invisible. And then we have an hour's time of you being invisible, if you like.
I think that's a great idea.
It's just best to keep me hidden, especially because I'm a bit of a hot commodity right now.
Yeah, but
If we can.
If you're in the cart, you're going to
absolutely.
just pressure that, like, your weight will just sink that cart. So I'm thinking if we cast her invisible and we mimic, like, pushing it, but really you're the one pushing it, so we just look like strong, I don't know. And then we get it through.
I think that's probably the best way. So sure, if we're able or if we're willing to do that, sure.
Yeah,
What's going on?
So what we're going to do is I'm going to pluck an eyelash, roll it into my fingers, whisper the incantation, and touch Grond, and me and him are now invisible for an hour.
Just a sec, before you do that, sorry. Before you do that, I'm gonna, here, let's just inspect this ground a little bit more, just in case. What if this is an unnatural occurrence in a trap?
Yeah,
Like Earth is saying.
is it raining right now?
Roll
Can he
perception.
cast-
Okay.
Can you
Kite
cast
actually
detect magic
look.
as a ritual?
You could.
Sorry?
Can you cast
could,
detect
yes.
magic as a ritual, not wasting your energy, kind of thing?
Detect magic. I don't know if that's a ritual.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, detect magic, definitely.
Okay.
Okay, as you're doing the ritual to detect magic, let's Kite and Calyndra and I maybe take a closer look at this mud here and look. And I'm like scanning the horizon, looking on each side of the road, looking for maybe some ropes that might be through the mud or a pit in the mud.
Hold on.
Or
Yeah.
something that's like a river or something, or a stream that's been detoured across the road or something.
So
I'm gonna hold up. If you guys find something, I won't have to waste that spell slot.
No, the ritual isn't a spell slot. You can cast it if you just do it for 10 minutes.
Perfect. Sounds good.
So you guys are
I've
sitting
been
in the
using
mud
them
for
as
10
spells.
minutes, judging the road ahead, and everybody kind of looking around and looking. You see that the ditches on either side of the road are full of water, and that the road has become quite saturated and muddy, and that the mud appears to continue for about 100 feet straight east, northeast here.
It's not raining, and it hasn't been raining the last couple of days, right?
No, but you do know that it's spring. There's a lot of mountains around here and a lot of spring runoff.
Can I use my military history or my military knowledge to assess if this would be a trap?
Yeah, you aren't getting the impression that it's trapped. You do all get the feeling that this is something natural, and that the ground is just really muddy here.
Okay.
It is a different season than we traveled last time.
Yeah, so the horses are trying. Well, you guys have kind of been traveling in spring the whole time.
Okay, then we don't remember this muddy patch from last time.
No,
Well, seasons change, so
rains happen, seasons change, meltwater happens. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I guess it seems like it's just a natural occurrence. Let's push on through here. I'll lead the horses here, and maybe we'll get everybody out to just walk behind Grond at least and cover his footsteps as he
Yeah,
pushes.
I'm gonna get you to roll animal handling for me there, Bops.
Okay. I am an animal handler, so
If I help him, would that give him, or do I need animal handling to do that?
Yeah, you would need to have some rapport with horses to give him
Nope.
any advantage. Okay.
Grond, are we going invisible? I'm still rubbing that. Okay, here we go. I touch your shoulder.
I'm still rubbing that. Hang on, here we go. I'll touch your weird track of sentences. Weird track of sentences.
Wizard.
But did we see anything with detect magic?
No, you did not.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Emus.
No problem. It's better safe than sorry, guys.
Okay,
I
so
agree.
you kind of, what was your roll for animal handling?
15.
Okay, so you manage to coax the horses forward, and you find that the mud hits to about 1.5 to 2 feet deep in places, and the horses struggle against the mud. But after about 80 feet, it starts to get a little drier and a little more shallow, and you come up onto dry land relatively okay.
All right.
So it slowed you down. Yeah, it slowed you down. Took you about 10 minutes to kind of push through that mud. But you're okay. You're back up on dry, and the wheels of the horse carriage are kind of spinning mud off as they turn. But everybody's no worse for wear, and you're back on the road.
All right. Ha, Melinda. Ha, Craig.
Yeah. So, okay. So you guys are traveling the first, second, third. Another 4 hours. Night is starting to set in. So yeah, you guys are on the nighttime now. Who's taking? How are you guys going to camp? You're right on the road, and there doesn't appear to be any clearing yet. You're welcome to press on for another little bit until you
I think
find
we
something
should
again.
press on for a little bit and find a clearing.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so you travel for another hour, but in the next hour, you actually do come across another clearing, somewhat similar to the situation that we have up on the board here, without the stream, and you're located on the south side of the road rather than the north.
Grond, we're no longer invisible, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, so your invisibility wears off, and overall the air the air is sweet with the smell of spring, and it's really nice out. It's really nice night, and everything feels relatively peaceful in the area.
Nice.
I'm going to get the chosen person to roll me percentile, please, as you begin to break camp.
I think you're the only one left, Grond.
Your percentile, was it? Or
Yes,
was
please.
it D20?
Percentile.
I'm going to roll some just for fun.
43.
43. All
Oh,
right.
you're one off from the answer.
Okay, so you guys are breaking camp, and you actually spot
95.
Grond spots a single giant humanoid footprint near the edge of the camp on the south side of the road. The imprint is pushed into the grassy area, but it seems to be the only footprint.
Hmm.
How big is giant?
It is about the length of your body,
Wow.
His body or Grond's body?
your body. So you're looking probably, five. What are you, 5'2"?
Well, we'll find out.
And the footprint is singular?
She's
Yeah,
five.
footprint is singular. 5'3", yeah. So it's about that size.
She's 5'9".
5'9". Okay, so yeah, it's about 5'2" in length.
So maybe, Emus, should we send your Raven up to follow?
If it's night, I'm a little bit limited with him. I can scope trees and sit on perches and like listen. But if it's dark out, I can't really fly and see anything. He's blind. Should have went with a bat.
Kalados looks down at the footprint. He's like, "Oh, that can't be good."
I agree, Kalados. Huh. Should we?
I will listen with perches.
Thankfully, it is not that big, but it is big.
Cool.
Maybe it's just the one inside there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
We just don't see the bigger one.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that is pretty close to the size that you're looking at. Then I didn't even notice that little one.
Mm-hmm. Gotta get that perception check.
Yeah, but it's still very large. Much larger than Grond's feet.
Oh, God.
Do a search around, like a little bit into the bush still. And see.
Investigation check for me, please.
$22.
Okay, you pick up the large footprint trail just beyond the foliage at the south side of the road. You see that there are trees, bushes snapped, crunched underfoot, obviously, and that the path carries on further south.
That could have been caused by anything.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Follow
Did
it
we
until you
wanna
reach a
actually-
stool sample.
Emus!
did we-
Are you challenging my gift game here, Ting?
Good thing chat can't see the GIF stream.
What makes you think I can instantly provide a stool sample?
Yeah, it's like,
No,
Emus is the
analyze
What's that, Grond?
No, he's thinking analyze it, like dive in like
Oh,
Dr. Malcolm.
If I came
Like-
across a stool sound,
Oh, a giant one. Okay, I thought you were like,
for you to
shit on
analyze.
command.
Emus is like, damn it, Jim, I'm a necromancer, not a scatologist.
Who thinks, this is just a thought, who thinks that if we talk to the giant and find out what it wants, that it might be able to help us in some way?
Well,
Or you kill it and take that giant axe.
it probably wants food. Maybe a Grond-sized snack.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my
Hey,
experience.
everyone else wants a piece of Grond right now. Let's hope that something out there doesn't.
Grond, sit
law of
your ass
averages,
down and be quiet till we're past.
Grond, the curious, so curious.
Like I put up so charismatic.
It's like, I just want to be friends.
Grond, how about I put it in my book? We'll take note. And then, well, actually, I'm in favor of going giant hunting.
It's
I
gonna
I
be
don't
like, I'm
necessarily
not.
want to try and collect that head, Emus. It's a bit too fucking big.
Oh, there's ways to make it smaller. And then make it bigger again.
Yeah, that's what she
Like
said.
dehydrated.
Shrunken heads.
Yeah. It's like, here's my head dehydrator.
But really,
Make it tricky too.
I just needed to take a drawing of it, basically. That'd be a full page one.
Well, I don't think I'm in the mood for head hunting for Emus.
No.
Oh, I'm solid either way. I'm just like, hey, I do that.
Yeah, maybe one day, buddy. But I think we have too much precious cargo here. We can't
Precious
leave
cargo.
all these folks just alone. What if these thieves are watching us and just waiting for a break, you know?
Who's taking first watch?
The logic is sound. Emus is always up with his book late at night.
Grond is gonna stay up on first watch.
I was going to ask, how fresh did those footprints appear to be?
Excellent. Okay. So I think that's, what are we looking at? Insight there.
20.
20. You figure those prints are probably 4 or 5 days old.
Oh, okay. We should be okay then, guys.
Thanks, Calyndra. I feel so much safer when you're around.
Aw.
Okay,
Like, you
Grond.
busted me out. Did I ever tell you that story? She's the one who busted me out of prison there. So
Yes.
You
Oh,
guys have
yeah.
a special bond. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Man, such a good time. Those are some good memories. Like even though
Yeah,
that
for you.
almost, even though a lot of that was like chat based, it was
I
still
know.
amazing. It was
Yeah, it was super
tons of
fun. Yeah.
So
Good
so-
memories. I got PTSD from that. What
Yeah, I know.
yeah,
We lost all our shit, man.
Galen and Calados too.
Like all our cash.
Ron, can I get you to roll me a d6, please?
Okay.
Emus as well.
A D6?
3.
3.
I matched you.
Like a D6, like a D6.
So the first few hours actually passed relatively uneventful, and you guys are camping with no passers-by or anything at this time, and it's pretty uneventful night so far. You figure it's time to wake up the second watch.
I can take second.
Okay,
All right, I'll go too.
awesome. Okay, so Gon, Bops, and Calyndra are going on watch. I'll need both of you to roll me a d6, please.
1.
Oh, that's the trigger.
Ooh, 4.
Okay.
You just see Kelly's eyes light up with the 1 hit.
That shit's not supposed to show. I'm gonna start playing. I'm gonna start doing this poker style.
Yeah, with sunglasses.
Yeah, that's right. Wear sunglasses.
A DM with sunglasses. Oh
Yeah,
shit!
that'd be
Future's so bright. Future's
very
so bright.
Corey Hart of you.
I wear my sunglasses. All of a sudden, boom! Copyright notice. Your stream's been shut down. So yeah, I'm gonna get you to roll me percentile, please, Calyndra.
Of all the ways to go, it's with Corey Hart. Or no, he's that's Brian Adams, eh? The sunglasses? Or no, that's Corey Hart. Which one is it? Which
I
name
hope it's Corey Hart. I guess
What was
Corey Hart.
3. A 0,
3?
0, and a 3.
Yeah, that's a 3.
God.
Okay. And give me 2 seconds here. Yeah. So you actually hear some voices, a couple of male voices coming up the road.
Now, who could be delivering mail at this point?
Are they speaking like common?
Yeah, you hear something about the one guy's saying something about exploiting the workers by hanging on to outdated imperialist dogma, which perpetrates the economic and social differences in society.
That sounds like me.
So blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you hear the other guy bark up, "You're fooling yourself. We're living in a dictatorship, a self-perpetrating autocracy in which the working classes," and the other guy interrupts him.
Some
Democrat versus
weaponry
Republican.
and some aquatic ceremony is not a proper method of establishing government.
Supreme executive power is derived from a mandate of the masses, not from some farcical aquatic ceremony. Be quiet. Yeah, so these two appear on the road, and they do take notice of you, but they kind of stop for a moment, and then they pick their arguing right back up. It's the middle of the night, and they're arguing at top volume with each other as they pass by your camp.
I really want to get to know these guys, Calyndra. How about you?
Not particularly, no.
I just,
Man,
I
What
feel
are
like
you?
you're both
Ron
wrong.
rubbing off on you now?
Yeah.
Gotta be friends with everybody.
I too, like Grond, I'm so charismatic. We gotta use our gifts, Calyndra. I
So they
feel
got-
him. He's
I'm
hurting right
not
now.
charismatic at all.
I know. I mean, oh, really?
Yeah, so as their voices are fading out, you can kind of hear them. You know, I mean, if I went around saying I was emperor just because some moistened bank had lobbed a scimitar at me, they'd put me away. Now we see the violence inherent in the system, and they continue on. So, after a while, the voices fade into the distance, and the insects chime back up in the area.
Godspeed.
Yeah.
we should have got their names.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that one of them might have been Arthur. So,
King of the Britons.
yeah, King of the Britons, defeater of the Saxons. So the second shift goes off without a hitch after that incident, and the third shift sets in. Who's taking that watch?
Kite usually takes the third.
Kite takes the third, better than taking the fifth, as Kite takes the third watch, and Kalados actually Kalados actually hoists up his axe and sits down beside you as well. And he kind of begins to just slowly and as quietly as possible, just kind of sharpening the edge of the axe while he, chats about the day and hoping that they'll get December soon. I'm going to get you to roll me a d6, please. Kalados will also roll.
Dos.
Dose?
De.
No problem. Your shift goes off without a hitch, and you guys all get a relatively good rest despite the arguing of the two passersby from the night before. And dawn begins to break, and you guys feel well rested. You all begin to get up, and Kalados starts formulating a breakfast idea.
It's like, Kalados, just cook anything, and I'll make it taste like whatever you want, buddy.
Kite's gonna practice her sword forms and jump and cut some tree branches and whatnot and cut the leaves as they fall.
Okay.
And
I'm actually, for once, actually going to pay interest to Kite, watch her intently, seeing the news. First time ever.
Okay,
And I'll be like, hey, easy on the trees. What did they
Yeah.
ever do?
I was waiting for that. Totally.
Give you-
Good.
Give you oxygen? Like, come on.
I know.
now they give me
Some ant holding up two bleeding stumps. She's like, why? I was just saying hi.
Like, there you go, little buddy. I cast Cure Light Wounds. Yeah, no.
Yeah. The branches form beautifully back, and the trees are restored to normal. Yeah. Oh.
I'm like, here, use this instead. And I give her like a sack of the feed. Like, but
There's a dart that just flies into it immediately.
Rolled a hit. Dun, 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 dun. Need me to roll for you? What did I roll? 13 plus your bonuses. That's definitely a hit. You want to throw in flurry of blows?
No, she just threw a dart, and I rolled 25, so take
Nice.
that.
So that lands wherever you want it to land, including in the gnome.
No, it as soon as he motions to bring up the feed. Like, here, use this. Is like there's just a knife in it.
Yeah, I'm like, well, thank you very much, and I feed the horses out of the hole that she just made.
Now the horses appear to be pretty upset that you're trying to squeeze seed out of a hole that's barely, a few millimeters
Horses
across.
don't eat seed.
But they are like licking the bag, thinking that there's something coming out of there.
Did you like to lick salt though?
Yeah. So you guys pack up camp and you head out on the road, and you're traveling for about 3 hours uneventful, and you begin to smell cooking meat and bread and smoke in the air.
I'm going to throw up the bird and head towards the smoke to get a better view.
Your bird flies up, and you can see the outskirts of the city of Sember in the distance. You figure it's less than a league away.
I relay that information to the group and say we better get prepped. Time to smuggle an ogre.
Yeah.
All right. I kind of fix my disguise and fix myself up again. Cast a little prestidigitation to make myself a little dirtier.
Okay. So you guys travel uneventful for the next little bit, and then you soon see the trees, the forest line breaks, and it opens into a bit more open area with sparsely dotted trees on hills, and you can see the city gates of Sember from here.
Calyndra, do you want to cast your disguised self here in the wagon and then come out and sit on next to me here?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right.
Grond is gonna hide.
Nice. Okay. So
I'll just do it as like a farm woman kind of.
Okay, that's good. And Bops, you're looking old as usual. You were.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. My name is Grumblebund.
Grumblebund.
The wandering farmer. I'm a little cranky because I got arthritis now in my back, but
right.
Other than that,
I'm old and my back hurts. And
I got a couple questions. Okay, for this, can the bird go up and see how long it'll probably take us to get through the city?
To get through the city?
Yeah.
So, being as it's early in the day, the city is hustling and bustling with everybody starting their day and packing up. So as you fly over the city, you can see it's densely packed. There's lots of people milling about everywhere, people throwing water out of second-story windows, from laundry, people getting about their business, setting up market stalls in the main market near the south end of the city. And you can see, everything guards. You can see people moving in from various points on the road, starting to head north. You can see people moving south, heading in your direction from the city gates and heading off into a southeasterly direction down another road. You've got a pretty good bird's eye view of the city. You can see the river on the west side of the city, flowing north to south.
I'm particularly looking for the less populated path. I'm looking for something we could kind of rush through. And then through the bird's eye, I'm kind of doing just a quick sketch in the book to kind of make us a map to go through. But I'm just letting the group know invisibility might be a tough one. It only lasts an hour, so if we don't get in and out in an hour, we've got to deal with that midway through the trip.
So if there's a problem, like the sky itself only lasts for an hour as well. So if there's a problem, come into the cart and cast the spell again.
Yeah.
And we should just put up a cover, like a cloak or a cover on the back. And then maybe have Grond and Emus invisible or something.
Okay.
And then we have maybe Kite, you put on a cloak and you just hang out with everybody else in the back. And if an illusion needs to be cast, then we can cast it.
She can also do that herself, and she's pretty sneaky, so she can just kind of hide.
Hide in the cart?
Well, around. Like she
can even cling to the underside like she did before for a certain amount of time.
Yeah. She's resourceful.
But we also have Kalados and or what's her name? The other
Kaylin
in there. What are we gonna do with them? Just keep them in there?
Well, how about Kaylin is your humble daughter, and Kalados.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
don't forget.
She's adopted.
Yeah,
adopted
okay.
child. Yeah,
But if she was taken here, won't they recognize her?
possible.
And
Can
same
you
with
guys-
Kalos.
Could you cast Disguise Self on her as well, Calyndra?
It is disguise self. I just looked that up, and it is only. I should have known, kind of in the name, but yeah, it is only
As you're
yourself.
speaking, I'm like, can you disguise others with Disguise
Oh
Self?
wait, we got those barrels of water, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Why don't we empty 2 of them and they can hide in
Show
those?
them inside.
Oh, would they fit in the barrels?
Yep.
But my
Except that might be the first thing
The
you may
Calados
check.
would not fit in the barrel. Kalen would fit in the barrel.
fear is that they would come into the back and check everything.
That would be the first thing they check.
So they would, even if we have an illusion and be in there and mess around, like a good chance they would just go in there. I mean, they have every right. They're the guards of this city now. So I'm thinking if we can make people invisible and hidden, and then the others that are not hidden disguised, I could put my makeup on and like I could darken the hair of, I could maybe put a disguise together for them, especially with these cloaks that we have.
So
If,
if I want to go really hard and use my 2 higher level spell slots, I can make 4 people total invisible for an hour. But that's 2 spell slots.
Kite can also use Pass Without Trace and just keep the lot of us from being detected. So if it's like, as kind of like a trump card, if we get found out, she can cast that and then we just disappear kind of thing.
These are not the droids you're looking.
Yeah. Can we use trump card as a positive reference anymore?
No.
Oh,
Pretty sure that's the shittiest card in the deck now.
I thought they replaced it with the Biden card now.
Yeah. Oh, that's why there's 2 jokers in a deck.
Oh, bear, 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 bear.
I know.
what's that? That's why there's 2 jokes.
Yeah,
Oh.
big time.
Okay,
So I did post a map into
America's
chat for
broken.
anybody that wants to look in chat. I did post a map of the general area where you're moving into as you head north towards Sember,
General area.
the general area. And I'm also going to show let's close that. And the map is enormous.
You have that map of Sember that's like 1,800 pixels.
Yeah, that's right. And then we've got this map, which is the overall area of Sember.
That's the one.
and we're coming in the south there.
Yeah, that's right.
And I left relay to the team the path the bird has picked out. But again, we don't have to choose that path if everybody wants to go the path most traveled. Maybe is the less. I don't know. Might help out.
There is the road on the outside that just skirts the outside of the walls. Is that right, Kelly? Or
Yep.
seeing?
How long would that take?
Grond did the math on that last time. It's
That
a
was
huge.
only if it was 5. That was only if it was 5K out of the city.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we
So
should
this would
if
be.
that-
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say if that looks to be, it's passing within arrow range of the wall.
Yeah.
So that's just perimeter of city. How big is this city in diameter?
Let's say, what's a good city to even compare it to?
Red Deer.
Yeah, I would say a third the size of Waterdeep.
So you'd say what? 2 kilometers. 2
Yeah, about
kilometers diameter.
Yeah.
Is that a Lord
we're
of the Rings
looking-
reference?
That is a Forgotten Realms reference.
Realms reference.
Waterdeep is one of the most magnificent and long-standing historical cities in all of Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, on the Sword Coast or whatever? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I read that once.
It actually, it could possibly even be quicker to go around because we won't have to fight the crowds and
If we go around, it's only 6.3 kilometers. Potentially a little more because the road seems to waggle a little bit.
Yeah, so you can work your way around there in several hours.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Safety
Okay.
first.
And if we're out of the range, I mean, if we need to, we can do the invisibility. Then we can find a spot where we know it's going to wear off while we're in the trees, drop it again, and just be completely stealth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and those farm areas that are indicated on the map are actually like several different acreages. Usually, there's a dirt road or a dirt path, some kind of horse trail that leads into these rural properties, and then there's they have huge acres of different crops, most of which are barely planted at this point.
Well, maybe we should just all keep hiding. We'll go around the back, and if someone is coming, then Calyndra, you can cast Disguise Self, and Emus, you can get everybody invisible. And then there's just one person then. So maybe Kalados will be the one that they won't know in this town. Is that correct?
He's from here.
Oh, he's from here. Oh, they're both from here.
Yeah. Well, Calyndra,
I don't have to be invisible. I can also disguise self after.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can still sit up front with you as disguise, and if it's going to wear off, just kind of duck in the back, recast it, or recast it just as it starts to wear off even.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
then
what we'll do here is we'll actually let you guys individually think about how this is all going to unfold, and we'll come back here in 10 minutes with some of those ideas. We're just past the 9 o'clock break time. So we're going to duck over to a word from our sponsors, Sacked here, not to mention saying hi to everybody that's joined us. We just lost a couple people because we're going on break. So yeah, anyway, we'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Right.
All right, internet. Hey, you. Oh, scritches. You going for a walk with Mom? Is Mom taking you for a walk? Yeah, that's cute. Kelly, do you still have access to my profile in D&D Beyond?
What's that?
Do you still have the? I think I'm still part of that campaign in D&D Beyond. Do you have access to my profile?
Probably.
Is the background noise too loud? Here, I'll turn that.
It's been a while since I logged into D&D Beyond. I'm not in with near as much as I'd like to be in. Sign in with Twitch. Oh yeah, see, I hate these sign-ins with social media. It's like, what if I've got multiple email addresses and I want multiple accounts? I don't want to have to switch my Google account just to sign with that. It's weird. And I thought you guys were going to trudge off into the bush after looking for giants.
Oh, it sounded enticing. Especially after, at the start, we talked about gaining a big axe for Grond from a giant. I was like, But another time, I guess. I can't control everyone.
Another time. Yeah, always opportunities for new adventures around every corner.
I'm thinking it's about a savior mission first. Everybody's priority for savior. Save everyone, and then let's do our own thing after.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Now, are you guys going into Sember?
No, I think we're outskirting it. It seems like.
Okay. Very interesting.
Me personally, I know. Never mind. That's a personal story. But if sometimes when you're trying to be less heat bag, you're being more heat bag. And that's an old term, but.
You guys are about 24 miles or so from Drake's Hollow.
24 miles, and you can travel 35 kilometers in a day.
No, you can't. Average speed of a horse-drawn carriage is about 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Miles per
We
hour?
should be able to. Wow, we should be able to make that in like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
Decent.
Yeah,
So
remember
that
the other
could
time that you
help.
guys went there? That one time you took the Thieves Trail up the ass end of nowhere.
Yeah, we grabbed flowers and.
Yep.
We're also. I'm gonna remind the group. We have that wizard with Manticore after we save everyone because I know everybody's priorities, but we still have Manticore armor to pick up.
Yeah,
Good.
Grond would probably like that soon.
Yeah, we can check it out. I think.
And yeah, there might be enough for a gnome-sized manticore suit too.
Yeah, a little
Nah,
trimming.
he's already used that hide by now.
Okay.
Like, you know that there's been a long enough time, unless he wedged off some and it's been sitting in the corner waiting to be tanned or formed into something else, rather.
Well,
But Grond's a fairly big dude, and you know you're only going to get so much usable hide for armor out of a big hide.
I mean,
But
now
Did
that
we
we
ask to have it dyed blue, by the way?
that's hilarious. I got to pull up a document here.
That or
before
I
we
have
get
to do some
started.
repainting.
All right. Oh, this is so cool. I love where you guys are going here. Even I feel great heading back to Drake's Hollow. I'm like, oh, right on.
Oh yeah, I got a list of things to Drake's Hollow.
I haven't had a great performance there yet, so I'm looking forward to kind of reclaim myself. You know.
Yep.
Grond,
Sell some
that day
tickets.
Grond juggled you. We did well together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very well.
You bailed me out. You bailed me out. Hopefully this time I don't need. But you know, maybe we should do it again, just for old time's sake too.
If you guys are doing that performance, we should sell tickets.
So we're back, and we are just about to outskirt the city now. How are you traveling, along the perimeter road around Summer, or are you moving further out towards the farmers' fields and taking the back rural avenue?
Well,
I think
I'm
it was
thinking-
the back rural, wasn't it?
Okay, so you're using the farming roads and stuff in between the rural little houses and the farmhouses and stuff like that. Okay, so we're gonna have to say that adds about another hour and a half to 2 hours worth of travel time to what you had originally anticipated. Just because the roads, yeah, otherwise you're cutting right across farmers' fields to try and make up that kind of time. So we'll say you're being inconspicuous.
Yeah, I
You're
think that's
traveling
better. It makes more sense to have a farmer cart going through farmers' fields, and we're far away from the castle walls in case there's thieves spying. You know.
I'm still going to be up with Gone Bops disguise and just
Sure.
keeping an eye open for second set of eyes kind of thing.
Okay,
You
so
need a name first, Calyndra. I'm Grumble. What was I? Grumble Bund.
Yeah.
Okay. She'll just call you Grandpa. Gramps.
What about your name, though?
Tessa.
How about Sheila?
Tess.
Tessa, perfect.
Okay,
Um,
we're all in the
I know.
back. The rest of us, we're all in the back, ready to hide. Kite, you're in charge of Kaylin, and I got the rest of us, just in case.
Okay. So you're traveling north, making your way up towards the northern road there, taking the outer lying farming roads and trying to avoid people. But you do come across a couple of farmers, pushing wagons, traveling down the road, walking their steed from one area of the farm to the other. People going to visit their neighbors and such, but nobody really. I mean, there's a lot of travelers in and around this area. Even just from your eyesight, from this distance, the farms, you can see Summer and you can see the hustle and bustle of, people milling about in the distance. So it's quite a busy day today. The weather is nice. The sky is beautiful blue, not a cloud in sight. And there's a nice light breeze, so it's keeping it from being too hot. And you travel along the roads for a couple of hours, making your way up towards the north road there, and haven't encountered anything worthy of note. I'm going to get somebody designated to roll me a 1d6, please.
Who's up?
I got it.
Better. So way
2.
2. All right. You notice a dwarf clad in leather armor and hoisted axe, right on his back. And he's got a long flowing red beard with 2 ivory circlets in 2 braids on either side of his face there. And he's wearing a pretty thick helm, and he kind of nods at you as he approaches and just continues down the road. But he's the only one that struck you as anybody, out of farmer, like anybody that wasn't a farmer or a commoner. And he seems to be just taking a back road here as well towards the south end of the city. You guys, after a time, and you make your way up just to the north end of the road, and you come out about 500 yards north of where, where the path forked off left and you guys went up the thieves path. You guys come out about 500 yards northeast of that. And you can join up with the main road north if you want.
Let's do it. Yeah, Han Melinda, Han Craig.
Okay, so you guys join up with the road, and you're traveling along the north road for about an hour. Now, there's people coming up behind you, several hundred yards behind. They don't look like they're doing anything other than traveling, and they're keeping a relatively decent pace. But there's looks to be a guy off of horseback leading a woman and a small boy on horseback, and they've got a small wagon behind them. Looks to be some boxes and casks in the back. And they're coming up on you. They're moving a little bit faster than you guys are.
I'll just pull over to the side, let them go, and bid them good journey.
Okay, so they pass and they nod at you, and they seem friendly. They don't seem afraid. I think people in this area are quite used to seeing other people passing by, certainly within this close December.
You said there's a child there?
Yep, there's a child, yep.
I'll just wait when the parents aren't looking, and I'll just cast a shower of sparks out just for the kid.
No sound effects, just a shower of scintillating sparks.
I'm just like...
Yeah, and let's see.
But I don't actually touch my nose because I learned last time that takes my makeup off.
Yeah, the child.
Have we not learned from Grond at all?
The child takes notice and he smiles and he taps on his mother's leg on the horse beside him, and she looks back as well just to catch the last fleeting motes of light in the air, and she just taps him on the shoulder, and you see her gesture him to keep his eyes forward. Yeah.
Aren't we supposed to be like inconspicuous here?
Not anymore.
Way to draw attention, Grond.
Low profile. Grond Pops.
Gramps.
Grond
Pops.
Pops.
Yes, sorry, I just have trouble with my true feelings.
Sounds like a weird honey-flavored frozen pop treat. Like
Grond Pops.
Grond Pops? You got a pack of Grond Pops? Oh, man, those are the best.
Grond Pops.
Yeah. Like Swiss Miss pudding pops and then Grond Pops? You got both of those? Oh! Yeah.
Swiss Miss?
Yes. You remember Swiss Miss pudding pops?
No.
No? Laura Secord used to make these frozen pudding bars, like a popsicle, vanilla and chocolate, and it was just like frozen pudding, like a popsicle. It's freaking awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, if you can find frozen pudding on a stick, it's like delicious, man.
All right.
I just like the name Swiss Miss.
Yeah, Swiss Miss pudding pops. Yeah. I actually remember the theme song from that commercial. As a matter of fact, my mind is so inundated with old television commercials, I started to question my own sanity. That's moving on. So you guys are traveling on the road.
We're all cursed with that. Yeah. The advertising is like a huge business for a reason.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it gets right in there. Especially during the the 70s and 80s when there wasn't as much restriction on the kind of stuff that they could feed subliminally into your brain while you stared at the screen.
They had like trained psychologists who are like, okay, so this is how we can fill the child's brain full of anything we want to.
Yeah. Kids watching Disney back then going, Mom, what is the Luftwaffe? It's like, like cartoons and shit were definitely fucked up. You start looking up some of those old Looney Tunes cartoons and shit. Like, wow, how did I miss that? Like, I know when they talked about that shit being violent and this, that, and the other, when we were kids, we were like, whatever, it's a cartoon. Yeah. Wile E. Coyote dropped. But then you start seeing some of the subtext. You start catching some of that stuff that Bugs Bunny said, and like some of the messages that they were definitely doling out to kids, and you're just like, what the?
I know.
Crazy. But we're not into here to get into that. That's for tomorrow morning stream when I'll be playing video games at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time and babbling on about the Illuminati or something else fucked up. We'll see you all there.
Illuminati? Is that honestly the subject? I'll be there.
Yeah, man. Let's talk about the Illuminati tomorrow while we play some Dead Cells on PC. That sounds like a great trip. 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Be there for the Take20 D&D morning show.
Sounds good. I'll bring my tinfoil hat.
Sweet. So yeah, and I will not let the NSA know.
Okay.
So you guys are traveling for about another hour and a half, uneventful, and that cart has, eventually fades off into the distance ahead of you as they maintain a little heavier speed as well. And I'm going to get an insight roll for the group from somebody, please. I'm going to give you, 15 or better.
Plus insight?
Yep.
Where's that? Oh, not very good. 8.
Okay, I'll get another one because somebody's probably going to recognize this. Grond,
This dice is horrible.
throw me an insight check, buddy.
What did I do to you?
Kite, did you throw me an insight check?
I can't find a place to roll my dice. It keeps like
If nobody rolls over 15, I'm going to get Calyndra to roll next. But if nobody rolls over 15, then no big deal.
14.
Oh, we all lost?
16.
Hey, Calyndra.
Oh,
Calyndra.
comes through.
There you go. Calyndra stops and says, hey, this is where we fought Thurgar.
Oh.
And you guys recognize the part of the road where you had that battle.
It was kind of fitting that you recognize.
Did we hide
Sorry,
anything?
Grond, you're muted. What's that?
Are the pikes still up with the heads on them?
No, they're not. Those were some quality pikes you left standing on the side of the road. Yeah, but no, they are not. But you can clearly see like areas like where the scuffle and scar of the ground has not been worn by the passing of travelers, and you definitely recognize the damage to the underbrush around the areas. Yeah, you're like, yeah, this is where we fought Thurgar. And
Spit on the road.
yeah, rightly so, I'm sure.
I spit on it too, and cast
So,
a little prestidigitation of like a fart.
No, that's a celebratory site. There should be an incision mark somewhere.
Yeah.
You removed a bunch of shit and disease from this world.
Yeah,
This
true.
is a good place.
that's
Good point. Okay, I shower like a tiny few sparks so no one can see. And
celebration.
And they also cast fart.
Yeah. It's funny. One of the things that I'm adding to the stream is the ability for users to do sound effects that we'll all hear, and one of them is definitely going to be a fart. One of my
That's
favorite
all we'll
streamers. Yeah, one of my favorite streamers, Scaredy Matt. Like, if you get a chance to go, Matt with a T, with just a single T, Scaredy Matt. Absolutely hilarious. Check him out on Twitch for sure. He does horror survival game streams with genuine reactions. Like, when shit jumps out and spooks this guy, he, damn near shits himself. But when, we can fire in like exclamation point fart, and it'll be like, it'll wait for a minute, and it'll be like right in the middle of like just when he's scared. Oh, yeah, it's so funny. Just drop a fart and scare poor Matt as he's like creeping through haunted houses and stuff. Yeah, it's a fun time though. Definitely check him out if you can. So you guys are carrying on past this part?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you carry on for about another hour and a half, and I'm going to get a group chosen member to roll a d6 for every place.
Not I, said the cat.
How about you, Calyndra?
Calyndra.
Right.
Better. So
3.
3, okay. And you proceed for another hour and a half, and the terrain starts to look very familiar. I'm actually going to pop you guys a map since I'm not able to show it to the rest of the audience, unfortunately. But hey, if y'all tune into our Discord channel, you will definitely be able to catch some of these maps.
Man, you're taking me back with that music.
Right.
Oh,
So just
like
need to
time
finish it
is
up with
so
the
I was like the happiest sound of my life for a couple Saturdays back then,
For sure. I love Final Fantasy.
Did that help with the map?
Yeah, so this is where the area that you guys are coming into off the North Road. So there is a bit of swamp that you pass through, and that's what we just rolled for. Nice. So you did pass through the swampier area, and you managed to get through that just fine. And now you're coming up on the area of the North Road where you're starting to head towards Drake's Hollow. And you do smell the smell of cooked food, but you also smell the heavy smell of burning wood in the area as well. Like as if there's been a fire recently in the area. And the air is actually a bit thicker here you can definitely tell there's a smoke in the air.
Is there like
let's
any
push
smoke?
on and fast.
Yeah.
Hustle, smoke in the air.
But
Oh,
I just want to see if there's a source for the smoke. Can we see if the smoke is coming from a certain direction?
Raven goes up.
Okay, your raven goes up, and you can see a smoldering, like a huge dark cloud of ash and smoke erupting from over in the direction of Elseth's tower.
Elsa's tower, that's our wizard.
Yes.
Oh no.
Let's get to Drake's Hollow and see if he's there, see if he's okay. If he's not, we have to investigate that.
Okay,
I'm like, yeah, Melinda, Craig, giddy up. And I try and like hurry the horses.
They just look back at you.
I cast
All
a
right, no,
fart.
they get going. Yeah.
Oh, good, okay.
they get going. They're like,
I
we
can't
know the torture that's
cover
coming.
the fart.
You're ready
Use
to
the mage
stay.
hand and smack it on the ass.
Yeah,
He's gonna sing, damn it.
That's
Wait a minute.
I
I'm
have-
the leader. I'll say when we go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I have not finished this this painting yet, but oh, my files are too powerful. Don't say that.
You
Oh,
do have
curses.
powerful files, Kelly.
It is true. It
I'm
is
not
true.
always a fan of this, but maybe we should split up the party and some of us go see if we can save Elseth or whatever's there.
We might
I don't
need
know that you say no if that's a dumb idea. I just know
I
a
think
burning
all go
building.
together.
We could be the fire department.
try and
We
get
have
your
to
raven.
go.
Edit.
Yeah.
I think we all go together because if there's something serious enough to take him out, then we all have to kind of be there to deal with
Well,
it.
we have to get through Drake's Hollow to get to the tower, anyways.
I think so, yeah. There's no-
Uh,
Off, is there?
here,
What's
check
that?
that map again. I think there was. Yeah. Okay, so Drake's Hollow, we still have to go right. Okay, so yeah, let's hustle through.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you get closer, and the smell of food and fire both starts to fill the air. And as you get closely, you can see that there is a bunch of people milling about the area where the road turns off right towards Drake's Hollow. For those of you that forget what she looks like as you come in, this is what you see. The only difference between this picture and what you see is off in the distance, you can see the clear line of this acrid smoke rising up from in the distance in the direction of Elseth's tower.
So those people there, I'm like, what's that smoke about?
They're like, there's a tower burning in the distance. The lady of the house here, apparently someone she knows.
Huh. Do you know what
let's
caused
go.
the fire?
No idea. We've been warned to stay away from that area.
Let's go in and see Rian.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Is Erglak the Iron Fist there?
Erglak, the Iron Fist, is not there, and you find that nor is Rian as you walk through the door. There is a sturdy gentleman wearing half-plate armor seated in the normal place where Iron Fist is.
Any recognizable sigils?
No, he greets you as he says, hold, we're not doing business right now and asking people to stay outside. There's some kind of commotion happening.
We need to see Erglak and Rian.
She's like, they've both gone to, he looks at you for a moment. He's like, what business have you with her?
Maybe we can help.
We
Help?
wish to help Elseth.
Well, she could probably use help. You don't look like troublemakers. She's gone to Elsa's tower. There's something wrong there. I've been
Okay,
told to guard the place in her stead and not to let anyone in. And you can see looking around that there's just a few of the people that work there, the serving girl and another lad that serves food typically around dinner from when you guys were there, and they're just kind of seated at a table, looking quite worried. There's
Let's
about
Yeah, let's head out.
yeah.
Okay.
Let's
Talk to
park-
this guy. Can he watch? Can you watch our horses and our wagon?
He's like, yeah, sure.
Well-
And actually, he gestures over at the lad that's seated at the table, and he motions for him to come over. And the lad comes over and he says, yes. He's like, would you mind noting which steeds belong to these people and keep an eye on them?
I go to a lad. I go, thank you, lad, and I toss him a gold piece, and I toss that
Oh,
dude
wow.
a gold piece,
Yeah.
and then I say, Kalados, and what's the other girl's name again?
Kaylin.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kaylin, yeah.
Kaylin. You stay here and stay safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kalados is
actually
like, yeah, Kalados is
I'm
like, no, if there's trouble, I'll come help.
Well, this trouble might claim your life, friend.
Yeah, he's like,
Someone
he's
can
like, I
protect
didn't.
Caleb.
He's like, you've saved my life from the mines. You've saved my life half a dozen times since then. It's the least I can do. If someone good is in trouble, I'll need to help.
Well, thank you. But remember that it was Calyndra that saved your life, not me. But okay, well, you are brave to come with us. However, I feel that it would be best if you stayed and stayed with our friend.
We need you to protect Kaylin more than
Yeah.
anything else.
Yeah, and watch
He's
the
like-
Kaylin in the cart.
Do
He's
we
like,
know what
okay.
Calindros is first? Do we know
Kalados?
the Kalados, sorry. Do we know what he is? Like a paladin? Is he a...
A
We
human
don't want to
fighter.
leave our cleric behind again.
Yeah,
No,
he's
like
a
fighter.
human fighter of some sort.
He was
Okay,
part of the
nothing.
city guard, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so no, we're good. He's not special to... Okay, thank you.
Yeah, was part of the guard.
What guard? December? Oh,
Yeah.
I should have talked with him more about how evil the guards have
Well,
got.
he questioned things that he shouldn't have questioned. He, poked his nose where it shouldn't have been poked and defended people he shouldn't have defended, and ended up in much the same predicament as you did. So he has no love of that place either. But he agrees to stay with Kaylin, and that decision seems most prudent. And he's like, yes, I'll watch the lass. Kaylin
Right.
seems thankful for the additional guard, and the both of them, go out the door with the young boy to back to your covered wagon and such.
So
All right.
let's head out.
I'm gonna take 9 gold, and I'm gonna give it to the guy at the front, and I'm
Okay.
just gonna tell him to keep a good eye on those two, and if they are ever in danger, bring them inside. We are friends of Rian, and she would appreciate. We would appreciate if you would protect our friends as well.
He's like, of course, we'll try to protect everyone we can here. We've been told not to let anybody new in for fear of, well, And then he sits back down and just, continues to look contemplative.
What about this? You know what? I tell him too. If you need, there's chainmail and swords and such in the wagon. Okay.
He's like, some of these people we can't arm. We've already asked a few people to stand guard by the road, and they've agreed to do that. But to ask anything more of them to put their lives in danger, we simply cannot. But thank you, friend.
Yes.
Okay. And then let's book it. Let's make some good time.
And we know like a different, safer passage now, don't we? To get there.
Yeah, one a little less Grond death friendly.
So
Yeah.
we don't want to watch Grond fall again?
Yeah.
You know what? Don't worry about it because I've got a spell memorized that'll save my arse.
Oh.
Oh, me and you both, I think, now. Does it
Feather.
rhyme with Heather Tull?
Yes.
You could cast that on all of us, and we could all float down.
Just in
I
case.
thought you can only cast it on yourself and one other.
If you
Yeah,
up,
like that's
what
right.
if you scale it? Maybe.
I don't think
I
there
only
is
have
one.
level 1 spells.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
just in case. Okay, where? No, there's no upscaling, but choose up to 5 falling creatures within range.
So 1, 2. That's all of us. Just one of you casting it.
The fallen creature's rate of descent slows to 60 per round until the spell ends. Shall I continue?
Oh,
If the
you know
creature
what?
lands before the spell ends, it takes no falling damage and can land on its feet, and the spell ends for that creature. It's one reaction time, range is 60 feet. It is verbal and material, and we have that piece of fleece and down in your beard.
Yes.
Kinda,
It's a good place to keep it. You never
it's
know.
good for build. We learned this off a scroll.
So I'm just putting together a little map here. So which you guys are following the tree around the same path around Drake's Hollow towards the paths in the back?
Yeah, now if Grond swan dives, we got an answer.
I say we just all swan dive at the same time. I'll drop Featherfall, or you can drop Featherfall. It doesn't matter as long as someone does, and we just get down as fast as possible, because climbing down slowly I don't think is an option. Speed is of the essence.
And could we all jump off first and like free fall for a little bit just for fun before casting it?
Oh yeah, we can do some synchronized diving.
Okay, sweet.
How far down was it again?
Oh, I think it was like 100 feet.
I think that's about right, because I remember we couldn't length of 50 feet rope.
Yeah, you had to tie them together.
Yeah.
Now
The duration is 1 minute, so we can jump and kind of like
halfway.
You know, the parachuters kind of do those spins. We could hold hands.
Yeah.
Oh,
cast synchronized skydiving.
We're gonna base jump, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kelly, so you're gonna teach us how?
Teach you how to base jump?
Yeah.
I only know how to jump out of airplanes, not base jumping.
It's easy. You just jump, and then gravity will take care of the rest.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me
And then
just.
your will after that.
We should also cast Mage Hand just to direct us, just in case.
I'd be like, Emus, your mage hand's getting a little close to my crotch.
Yep. That is fair. It would.
Lower. Too low.
Lower. Too low. Too low.
Okay, so
Right spot.
this is the way that you guys went last time. So I'll just bring this over here. Oops.
Oh wait, I don't have Featherfall prepared.
I do.
But can you do all 5 of us?
Oh,
Yeah.
Never mind. I do have it prepared. I left it on.
No, I don't know if you
Intelligence 20 helps.
See, I've got that one and jump provides a nice little handy kind of, pardon the term, but leg up for me.
Oh, put those together. You almost got fly.
No fly, jump good.
So,
Hulk jump.
As soon as I can cast 2 spells in a day, cast Featherfall and then jump, and I can Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon all the trees.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that'd be awesome, man. I'd love a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Dungeons and Dragons adventure, hey?
Crouching Tiger, Hidden
They're all
Grond.
monks.
Yeah.
come on, Chronicles of Chryalis, and sorry guys.
I have one spell I really want to use. I've had it the whole time, and I haven't used it yet. I'm looking for the right time. It's going to be so cool.
Oh, which one?
Should I let it go now?
Can't tell you.
Oh, good surprise. Yeah. Okay.
It is a cantrip. I'll let. It is a cantrip.
Mold Earth?
No, it is an attack cantrip.
Oh, cool.
Is Mold Earth a cantrip?
I think so.
I don't have that one.
I think it's in Xanathar's guide or one of the extensions, though.
Okay.
All right. So
That's a pretty
you
cool one.
guys are heading down that trail. You reach the top of the falls, and you guys are taking a leap into the water.
If we're
And
gonna
Grond
jump
better falling.
at the same time, and Grond, you're gonna pull the cord for us.
Okay, you guys
So
all bustle yourselves at the top of the falls, and you aim. Down below, you can see the flitting shadows of some of those very large fish darting through the clear water.
Well, we know they're pets now, so
Yes.
So
And
you
with
guys,
Featherfall, we should be slow enough to be able to direct ourselves.
yeah. So how does Featherfall affect all of you? Who's got all the Featherfall?
So Grond, you grab the piece of fleece from Bops, and you choose up to 5 fallen creatures within range. The fallen creature's rate of descent slows to 60 feet per round until the spell ends, which is 1 minute. If the creature lands before the spell ends, it takes no falling damage and can land on its feet with a superhero pose.
Nice.
And the spell ends for that creature.
Okay.
It is
So-
its casting time is a reaction, and it's also got a verbal component.
So are you casting it at the top of your jump, or are you waiting until Grond hits?
I'm gonna do at the top of the jump,
Okay.
just because as much as it would be cool for us to do that, if we can Featherfall and kind of glide over towards that that ledge on the side, so we don't have to how do you put it? So we don't have to hit the water.
Yep.
It would
Yeah.
be better and faster for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you managed to kind of jump and get an arc going, where as soon as the Featherfall kicks in, you gently glide towards this area.
Emus,
Yeah.
we might need you to cast it.
Oof. Oof. How about I roll the Grond die for casting this one? Do I have to cast him?
no, you don't have to cast it or
No,
roll.
It depends on what my wild surge is.
Oh, so you don't? I auto cast. I
Sorry?
think this one auto casts.
What are you auto casting?
Featherfall.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so are you going to cast it then? Because I just cast, but I surged.
Oh, you
So we have
surged.
no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, so if you surged,
Oh,
we're
boy.
about to find out. Let's roll a d6 and split that in 3.
Okay,
And
so
the party wipes.
So
I
we
got
are
a
actually
2, so that'll be if I turn it to a D3, it's a 1.
okay. So
So
that means we're rolling
you
off the
surge when you
2e
spell?
table.
Okay.
So yeah, that means we're rolling off the 2e table for wild magic.
These aren't rules I know.
Okay. 39.
Oh, it's a literal crapshoot of fun.
Oh, no.
All right.
I prepare just in case.
Okay, so I have to roll 3d10. This is going to be very interesting. Kelly, if I get a wild surge, typically, like in second edition, if you got a surge, your spell still went off. Are you
Yeah.
ruling that the spell doesn't go off or that it does?
I'm ruling that the spell doesn't go off if it's got a counteractive magic. But if there's like if it's got something that's counteractive, then definitely it's going to nix the first spell.
So,
You're just speaking
as
gibberish.
I'm casting, it says 3 through 30 gems shoot from caster's fingertips. Each gem is worth 1d6 times 10 gold. I'm guessing because we're falling.
Yeah, you're falling, all right.
Yeah. So we are falling, and those gems are going to continue falling into the water. So
Yep.
if we want, we can try and claim those sometime. Emus!
Yeah, and you fall rapidly. Now, Emus, I'm going to need this is a good one. We're gonna say performance to attempt to cast any spell after thinking Grond was going to cast a spell and being halfway through a drop and realizing you need to cast it.
Performance,
And,
that's a bad one. Okay, I'm going to use the Bops. He seems lucky today. The Bops dice. 14 plus 2 is 16.
Okay, so you managed to crank off your spell just in time before you're only maybe a couple dozen feet above the water when suddenly Emus's spell kicks in and you guys and begin floating down.
Can I
However,
roll like a sleight of hand or something to try and grab some of those gems that are pouring out of Grond?
sure,
Can I as well?
sure.
Yeah.
Mage hand.
Kite
Yeah, mage hand.
on the back of the head a few times and be like, "Get your magic figured out before we jump off a cliff."
I'm like,
So-
ooh, gems. I
21.
got a 17.
17 and 21. Both of you managed to grasp a single gem out of the air. And while the rest of them flow through your fingers and through the air and land in the water below. Now, somebody
How
using
many
a
gems
mage
did
hand.
you have? Yeah, I was gonna mage hand because I was casting the other spell. So if we mage hand to grab the rest,
Yeah.
I don't know how many fell out. Holy cow!
14.
14 gems. You're holding on to 14 gems.
I'm not holding on to them.
No,
They just
they flew out
randomly
of his
sprung
fingers.
forth from my fingers.
Yeah, they flew out of his fingers and plunged into the water below, minus the 2 that are now resting in your.
Oh,
and
magically!
Calyndra's hands.
You magically sprung the gems.
All right, how
That's
much are
wild
they?
magic.
Okay,
Just
now
gonna
that
say
makes-
this: it's a good thing I didn't roll a 40. It's a good thing I didn't roll a 43 because it would permanently drain a magical item. Oh, sorry, no, 40.
Ooh.
I was this close.
How much are those gems worth, Ty?
They're 1d6 times 10, but that'll be up to Kelly.
Yeah,
And
1d6. So these gemstones, just so I don't have to remember this number, will be worth. I rolled a 4.
40
So 40.
gold.
Yeah, 40 gold
Nice.
is up.
What color is mine, Kelly?
Red. Hers is blue.
Nice.
How many did my mage hand grab?
Your mage hand. Okay, so now you're trying to manage a mage hand while you're feather falling.
Feather falls, not concentration.
No, that's fine. I just need to know exactly like how you're floating down. You're about to touch water, and you're going to try and manipulate that hand as you enter the water to guide it down to the bottom of this lake, this little lake here, and
So
gather
okay,
some gems.
maybe this isn't smart, but explain. This is gems fell out.
Yep.
We were falling. Gems fell out, and then they tried to grab them, but there was more that fell in the water.
Yes, so they grabbed 2.
Okay.
And Grond, you said there were 14?
14.
Yeah, 14 gems. So that means there are 12. There's a dozen gemstones lying on the bottom of this very crystal clear lake. You
Let's
can
just
see
feather
them
fall
resting.
first. We'll
Okay.
feather fall first, and then we can
We'll
fish out later.
gather these later. We've got to get to Elsith.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
You guys-
gather these later.
You guys
Tower-
feel a bit of a chill enter your legs as your legs enter the water. Quite a bit of different temperature from what you were used to out of the water, and you all just slide gently into the water.
Nice. Damn, that's like, what was it? 40 times 16?
14.
That's like 640 gold or something?
460.
460. Oh,
It's a good
Anyway.
haul
You're
if
not
you-
allowed to do anything else with this cliff because
I know. This
it
is like
apparently hates you.
Yeah, it did not work out for you well the last time either.
Like if you were to bring your girlfriend to that cliff and propose, like she'd say no, even though like
She'd push you
She'd
over the
go
edge.
off.
You'd be down on one knee, and then like Wile E. Coyote, like the earth just kind of falls away, and like she falls off it.
We just gotta leave the group saving magic to the wizard, maybe.
Sounds like an idea.
Yeah.
But hey, look at this gem. This is
Everybody's
sweet.
life's on the line. Let's trust Grond. Nope.
I mean, you know what, Grond, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me, like what are we up to, like 6 now?
6,
Like,
7, yeah.
losing count on this, buddy.
If it comes to me using my axe, we're good.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Hey, easy come, easy go, my friend.
Okay, so you guys are swimming now, and everything is kind of taking on water. You guys are. I mean, you guys. Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the satchels definitely has to stay above water. So as I fell, I do the tread, and this is painstaking, but So this will take some energy. That sucks, but
okay.
Try and get out of the water as fast as I can.
Sure. And while you're in the water, I'm going to get somebody to roll me a 1d6, please.
3.
3? Okay. No problem. You guys managed to swim all the way to the first island. Right around here.
Perfect.
All right.
So,
Mage hand your satchel over that needs to stay dry, and let's get across.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can cast that now that we don't have to concentrate. So yeah, mage hand and then we go fast.
Okay. So, sorry, what are you using the mage hand for again?
Just to
to
hold
lift his satchel.
the
Ah,
big
okay.
satchel with paper.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, your mage hand guides the satchel across over to here and gently sets it down on the other side while you guys enter the water from over here. And I'll get another d6 rolled from someone, please.
A 4.
4. Okay, no problem. You make it over to the other side, and nothing seems to bother you. Birds are chirping, nature's alive, and you can hear the babbling of the falls coming from this direction. There's like short waterfalls, rapids that are on this side. I don't know if
So,
you guys can see that, or I got to zoom in there.
Last time we were here, there was traps. So
Mhm.
I can't remember if they were now turned off for us or not. So let's be wary and make sure that we keep an eye out. And these traps look like they're part of the forest. They're all
But
made
that
of
wasn't until we actually got to the clearing.
The sentinels, yeah.
Yeah.
So we can book it until we get to that clearing, and then we have to be careful.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to skirt the outside like we did last time.
Except
guys-
for that one fallen log trap, I think. That was still in the bush.
Yeah. And we should remember, we're just going to try and remember the exact. And we should remember, I think we uncovered all the traps on that path.
So you
What's
guys
the
come
raven
in.
see?
And you start, well, all the trees and stuff that you can look at now, you can see Elsith's tower burning in the distance. It looks like how it had the shattered top of it and the lower half of the tower was still in shape. It actually looks like the top half of the part that was still intact has actually been busted wide open. It's charred, and there's a huge plume of smoke rising out of the center of that tower. And it looks like there are two figures on the ground. Look like dark figures. Hard to make any detail from the height that your bird's at right now. You can go in for a closer look, but it looks like there's two large dark figures milling about the area. You guys are still.
It'll swoop down, but we'll keep hustling towards at least the trap part.
Okay. So you guys.
Here, just wait 1 second, everybody. It feels like there might be some aggressive people here. What if those who can hide, and we just have one person, maybe me, because I look so tiny and powerless, and we draw them close, and if they're malevolent, they'll attack, and we can ambush them.
If
No,
they're the
so-
same ones who want to kill us, how about we use me as bait?
No sooner do you say that when Emus, as your bird ducks down, you can see that it's Rian and Erglak.
Okay, and that's what I figured. I just want to relay that to the group. We should hustle.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
I'm going to cast message if they're within range. What's the range on that?
Boom! That's awesome.
Oh, I think it's huge.
Yeah.
I thought it was
I think
like a
it's
mile as
a
long as
mile?
they're within visible range or something like that.
Yeah. So
Message.
you're messaging Rian.
120 feet.
Oh, no, that is not in range.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is not a range. Yeah. Okay, so are you guys taking the northern path, the path that you took last time? Or no, actually, you guys took the central path last time.
Yep.
So you're going to take that same path?
Yes.
Okay, so as you start approaching here, you can see that the sides of the bushes and the trees have all been pushed aside as if something large has smashed its way through this area. The log trap that was once situated around... What the hell was that? That was weird. Sorry, some kind of ghost or something here. Anyhow, the log trap that was crossing the path here has been completely obliterated, tossed to one side, and you can see the clear signs of the log and the ropes around it, the vines around it and such, and it's been totally cast off to the side.
Any giant tracks?
Okay, so you guys are stopping to investigate the area?
I think we head in.
Keep going.
Okay. So you guys head in, and as you approach Elsa's towers, the scene opens up into utter chaos. Like I said, the huge plume of acrid smoke winds out the top of this half-destroyed tower, and it looks like a massive battle took place here. You can see there are black armored figures lying on the ground in several places. And next to them, at least a couple of them, are the shields that you recognize from the Theric iron mines.
Damn it.
The
What are
night
these?
vision.
Elsa's milling about, and she snaps her gaze towards you as you approach. She's like, I sensed your arrival, but you're too late. And Erglak runs over and clamps a big paw on Grond. He seems happy to see you, but you can see that tears are streaming down his ogre eyes.
What happened here?
What has happened, Erglak?
He's like, Elsa's gone. We don't know if he was killed or he gestures over towards the burning wreckage of the tower. And Rianne walks over to you now. She's like, we've searched. He does not seem to be here. There does not seem to be any remains. But he obviously did some damage. She gestures over to the corpses of those. They look just like those soldiers that you saw in the mines. They're dressed in black banded mail armor, thick cloth cloaks, and beside them are shields. The chest of the one guy has plant life, like thorns and vines that have sprouted out between the cracks in his armor, and looks like something was cast upon him to cause these vines to burst forth from within him.
These are the folks that destroyed my home and killed my people. We must find Elsith and protect him.
Can we investigate the tower?
Yep.
Also want to investigate the bodies to see if there's any paper or notes on them, see where they want to go. Or
Sergeant's notes, marching orders, any like.
Their uniforms, whatever, as well. Is their faces exposed, or are they
Yeah,
covered?
they appear to be human men. All of them appear to be between the age of 30 and 35. Half shaven, rough shaven, but no beards on any of them. They look very stocky, very well built, tanned skin.
What's their mustache game like?
Mustache game is none. They have a 5 o'clock shadow or just a little bit more, but they look like they've been, fairly quick. The one thing that does catch you is they have absolutely no hair.
You're fucking 10-ply, bud.
Like no hair on the top of their heads. They've got facial hair, but their heads appear to be shaved. So not smooth, but like it's down to the nub.
I'm wondering if we should take a couple of these armors in case we need them to like infiltrate somewhere.
You could cast.
The only people who'd be able to wear it would be you and Kite. Emus can't. Bops is too small. I'm too big.
Also, once we know what they look like, we can again disguise self.
Sure.
So three of us got that.
Okay, so you take in their
Or
faces
maybe
and you get
4.
a good look.
Kite, you might have that too.
Okay.
4 of us, I think, have that.
So you guys try to burn that into your memory. Elsa says she's searched amongst the wreckage and the remains trying to find Elsith, but she can't even communicate with him. She's like, normally we have a telepathic link. We can communicate with each other from great distances, but I don't sense him anywhere.
What if he's unconscious? Would you be able to sense him then?
No. He would have to be awake and alert.
So there is hope. Is there any way we can investigate a little bit further of the tower, see if there's any
Kite has already started maneuvering into the wreckage of the tower and started to search. So as the rest of you pour in there, I'm going to get an investigation roll from everybody. It appears that most of the inside of this tower was burnt out. The charred timbers and stuff that was once holding the stone structure in place has now been, charred, broken, bent. It looks like a bomb went off on the inside of this place.
18.
wow.
19.
16.
20.
Nat 20?
Yeah.
Okay. So Grond, you actually find a large, huge piece of the brick, like the huge stonework that is just kind of half slid over to the side, and it looks like there's a recessed part of the floor that was covered by this.
Grond is going to
move
go
it
over. I'm gonna see if I can get Erglak's help, just in case there's he's underneath of it, knocked unconscious or whatever, in case. So he can help me. And if you guys want to take a look under, just in case someone needs to apply first aid.
Yeah, I'm ready for any first aid as the resident medic.
Okay.
If there's a room or secret hole or something, I'll like dive in, see if he's down there.
Okay. So you, as you start to slide that, you see a brief shimmer of light, and it appears, it looks as if the recessed area underneath descends down a long stairway, but there is a shimmering white, glassy, almost like a thin, the film on a bubble, like a soap bubble. It's almost like that, and it kind of shimmers over the top of this passageway leading down.
Can we call Rianne over?
Yeah, you call Rihanna over. She comes over and she says, "Oh, a glyph." She reaches down and she starts chanting and touches the top of the surface, and it pops just like a bubble.
Nice.
And she says, "It should be safe now." And she starts descending the stairs ahead of you.
I
She
follow.
seems,
Going
yeah,
with
she
her.
seems, and Erglak has stomped his way over here as well. And he's like, "What did you find?" And he leans over the top of Grond, trying to peer down into the stairs.
I was getting him to help me move this thing, so he would have been here with me.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Yeah, so he would have been well aware of this anyway. So you guys are all looming over as Rianne descends into this dark stairwell. Is anybody going with her?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
Is it big enough for me?
It's big enough for you. It's not big enough for Erglak and you and her. And you guys will kind of all have to single file it down there. But it is big enough. Yeah, it is big enough that you can go. Most of these towers were like battlements for soldiers and stuff, so they were expected to get up and down these stairs, quite quickly when it was in its original use.
And
So-
swinging weapons if necessary.
That's right. Yeah. So there's enough room for you guys to squeeze down there. And as you descend, it descends into a bit of a flooded out workshop of sorts. And most of the remains of the workshop appear to have suffered some kind of damage from the stonework falling upon it from the floor above. But in the far corner, you do see half submerged in the water is a large chest.
Okay, let's go check that out.
Okay, well, Rianne she's like, hold. She's like, don't go opening anything down here. Elsith was a suspicious man. And she walks over to the chest and she places a hand on it. And she says, it's not enchanted. And she flips it open. And inside is a large suit of leather armor.
What kind of leather?
It looks to be, leather of a fancy sort, but you would figure it's normally, cow leather or any other leather. It's really difficult to tell manticore leather, but given the size of this chest piece and everything, you sense that this is the leather armor that was probably destined for Grond.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, kind of cold comfort now, but I guess this was the stuff that was destined for him.
Okay, and as you peel that out of the chest, you see that there is a number of other items on the bottom. There appears to be 4 candles.
Add this to the list. Okay.
Yeah, four candles, a satchel containing a whackload of paper scrolls with scrawled written journal entries.
I like to perform to candles, so maybe I'll just hold on to these if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. 4 candles. This is going on your warehouse.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Rianne.
I got the satchel with some paper scrolls. Sorry, load of paper scrolls. Whack load.
Rianne puts a hand on Grond's shoulder and she says, I know that he made this for you. He talked about it. She's like, but I would prefer that, and the candles can go, but I would prefer that his journal entries remain here. It is perhaps the last part of him that might be buried with this place.
So journal entries. I leave alone the journal.
To remember him by.
So, yeah, if you look over the journal entries, even just a casual glance tells you that they are the
love
the
letters.
they're
To Riyadh.
the daily notes of a hermit living his life and tending to a garden. He actually, one of them is a kind of a rough map of a rough depiction of the map area that you guys see, and you see that there is a grove called Elsith's Arboretum to the north, and apparently that is where he spent a great deal of his time tending to plant life of all kinds. including, according to the journal entries, some specimens that do not normally grow in these parts.
I'd like to go check that out later when we're not pressed for time.
Yeah, me as
So-
well.
Okay, so you guys
Herbs
press
and
the.
delights.
Can I
Are
ask
any
for
of those
yeah?
papers, if there's any scrolls with magic, is there anything with like
Yeah.
something to find a person?
This time I'm going to use a spell slot and detect magic.
Okay, so you get subtle emanations of shifting magic from all over the room. It appears that there had been a ward cast on the entire area up until a time, and that ward has now broken due to the construction itself, dissipating around it.
I'm looking
and
at
you,
scrolls.
yeah, you actually see that none of the scrolls appear to be enchanted, but the 4 candles that Bop has in his possession do light up.
Oh,
All right, can I take a longer inspection, see what kind of enchantment they are? Type of school?
Yeah, so I gotta remember here.
Could I just ask Rianne too, maybe, if she knows?
I just have a cast right now, so
Yeah, it's you get a sense of alteration.
Oh. Well,
Okay, I let Bop's know.
Okay.
alteration.
Alteration
the Manticore
magic.
armor isn't right.
The
It's
Manticore armor is fine. Yeah. Oh, the Manticore armor is definitely magical. That thing lights up like a Christmas tree.
Nice manticore, and it's got big cleavage, very striking blue leather, and your belt pouches are around your waist, and you got large leather straps that really pull up the breast like kind of a bra. So you're like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
For protection.
For protection.
It's kind of smells like speed stick, like that type of protection.
As soon as you put it on, it seems like you're.
No, I'm just kidding.
His hair grows.
Okay,
So-
Grond. Yeah, you know that is +4 leather armor. I'm just gonna.
Oh, sweet. Wow.
I love you, Elsith.
Yeah.
Does Rianne know what the candles do?
She said, yeah. She explains that they're the equivalent of a continual light spell, and as long as they are not broken, they do not melt.
Ooh.
That's handy.
Well, maybe
So-
each of us should have one then, or I should divvy them out then.
Yeah. So, and you can blow out the flame, relight it. Blow out the flame, relight it.
Nice.
Um,
Continue.
I actually don't need one. Everybody else can have one.
Would you like one of these candles, everyone?
So one thing to note that with the candles, they are wax candles, similar to a long tapered candle. So, and they are delicate, so they can break. So if you pack them in your pack, I'm going to assume that they're there all the time. And if anybody takes a fall or harsh blow from something large or anything like that, I'm going to roll a percentile chance that those may break in your possession.
Could they be more protected in my scroll case?
Yep, that's a great spot to put them.
Maybe I'll just take care of all of them if they all fit then?
Yep.
Okay.
Another idea for us to have built would be a steel scroll case that
Yeah.
you can put a lit one into that's highly reflective. Create a flashlight. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, let's actually look for those kind of tools next time we have time. I got a couple ideas. That's awesome.
Well, either way, when you think of all this stuff, they'll be great for performances.
A light show as you're raving?
So does she have any way of detecting where his body might be, where he physically might be?
No, she does not. She's like, I'm not sure if he's been slain or taken.
Can we use any CSI kind of watch the battles, look for blood splatter?
No, you
Anything
can do
else?
an investigation check on the area outside of the tower if you like.
If I may.
Yeah, everybody
Do it.
can.
Okay.
It's a large area.
I'm gonna
so
assist him.
Yeah.
So I'll try and give him advantage. I'm gonna be right back in a second.
And kind of
24.
I got a 19.
So 15.
Okay.
24.
Oh, man. 24. Fantastic. Okay.
19.
So one thing you guys did note was that the soldiers that were out there in armor, they carried absolutely no personal possessions and no money, no coinage, nothing like that.
Sounds like we're
Oh,
dealing with a
What
cult.
about papers or like any kind of orders?
Nothing. They were
Abs-
weaponized and armored and carried little to nothing else.
these guys are professional.
Professional cult.
Yeah. So while you're investigating, Calyndra notices a large scorch mark on one side, and part of the ground appears to be gouged out, as if some work of magic had taken place here. And let's see if Rianne notices that. Rianne hasn't noticed that yet.
With the detect magic still up, do I see any remnants of a portal cast or anything like that?
No, but you do catch motes of magic from the entire area around this place, as if there is some kind of ward that was placed on the entire area around here as well.
Yeah, I saw that last time when it was just like glowing sparkles descending and
That's right, yeah.
Are there any little animals? Like, I'd like to start talking with the squirrel, start talking with all the birds to find out,
Because he was
like,
a
if they
druid.
saw. Like, I'm sure they would recognize Elsith because they live around them every day. So, to see if
like Bambi's
any-
squirrel friend or the rabbit thumper come talk to you.
Okay.
see if the
so-
small beasts know.
As a matter of fact, several small critters from around the side, squirrels, rabbits, birds, they all kind of fly into the area, gathering and swarming around. And they say, danger, 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 danger. And they're very chattery, it's hard to even, the cacophony of these little critters all trying to talk to you at once it's almost driving you mad.
I'm like,
but,
what danger? What danger, little friends?
They say human.
Human.
Yeah, human.
Where?
Dark.
Are they
Where?
flying away from somewhere?
Yeah, so the birds actually, thank you. The birds are actually darting up and in the direction northeast.
Kite
And then they fly back down, they swarm around you, and then they fly up and northeast.
Emus, send your bird towards that area.
Well, they're doing that. I'm going to go check that spot that I noticed and kind of point it out to Rihanna.
Rianne, yeah.
Rianne.
Bird is up.
Okay.
I wish it was Rihanna.
So yeah, searching the rest of the area around there while this is all going on. Eventually, eventually Rianne does make her way over to where you guys are seated, and she says it looks like, and Emus, you actually would, roll me an insight, man.
Insight.
Rianne can't be the only one noticing this.
Oof, 11.
Okay, so Rianne is the only one who notices this. She just says it appears that a portal was opened here, and they may have escaped. They may have taken him with them.
Would that be Arcana? If it was
No.
Arcana, then I would. But no. Okay, Insight, no.
Rianne.
Yeah.
What is the range on your link with Elsa?
He's like no more than a league or so.
So if they took him outside of that, he could still be alive just within, or without your range.
She's like, I pray that he's still alive, but I do not hold much hope.
Did he say anything about Amangul? Did he find something recently? Anything could help us.
Her eyes kind of widened. She's like, Amangul. He's like, he did mention that he feared an uprising of the cult of Amangul.
What else did he say? Anything could be helpful.
He's like, the cult of Amangul hasn't been active for over 1,000 years. He's like, I took him for a fool. Perhaps I was wrong.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a fool. Please try to remember.
She's like, I judge him not a fool anymore. She gestures towards one of the shields on the ground. She's like, there is no mistaking that symbol. She's like, that is the symbol of Amangul. So if there is an uprising or some kind of cult activity, it makes no sense that that they would have traveled so far from the ruins of the tower. She says far to the northeast, there is a tower, the ruined tower of Amangul, where he fell in battle, and that was the last place that he was ever seen. But all of this is history, many of it myth. It's like nobody has seen hide nor hair of that cult in quite some time.
Did your parents or grandparents live through the war against Amangul?
She's like, oh, my parents did. It's like, my parents lived through that time period, but you remember Rihanna's Elven, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what.
She said my parents did. The wars across the fields of Nuramir, where he was defeated, pushed back to the shadow of his tower, and then the tower itself was rendered inoperable. And
did they ever speak? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Did they ever speak of his powers or his abilities?
She's like, his abilities are the stories of myth and legend. He was an incredible warrior who pushed back the armies of El Moraine and Calyndra and nearly defeated them before they found some chink in his armor.
So it wasn't like he was a magic caster. He was a warrior.
Oh, he wielded magical powers as well. According to the myths and legend, he wielded untold powers that drove back entire armies.
Oh, okay. So
can you do more research on this while we try and find any evidence for Elsith?
You said that tower was to the northeast. Do you know how far from here? It's likely that he may have been taken there.
Yeah, she's like, it's many leagues to the northeast. She's like, I don't know how they got here. I think a portal, obviously. Somebody summoned them in or brought them in by way of magic.
We saw them use a porter at the mines.
We unfortunately don't have portal magic ourselves, unless Emus, you've been holding out on us.
What if it's a distraction? You hear Erglak shout from the... Yeah, you should hear Erglak shout. What if it's a distraction? My lady, we should get back to Drake's Hollow. And she looks kind of concerned for a moment. She's like, we need to show these bodies to the authorities in Calyndra. If there's another uprising of the cult of Amangul, they'll be the people to tell. She's like,
we need evidence.
Show them proof the bodies.
What's that?
Yeah, there's an actual. I could preserve body. Actually,
if you can preserve the body, I'll drag this thing.
Okay. This one's I haven't used yet. I cast a necromancy spell called Gentle Repose.
Yeah.
Gentle.
What does that one do?
It basically corpse not decompose for a week, I think.
Yeah, the target's protected from decay and can't become undead. Effectively extends the time limit on raising the target from the dead, so you can use it to delay, somebody's decay if you've got to troop a body out of the forest to get it to a healer.
Oh.
That's typically what it's used for, but Emus just uses it to, preserve remains for further study.
Okay, now I'm going to tell a secret. I've been using this on a couple things secretly as we go. That bug, there's no way that bug's still alive without this. So it's been just like slowly decomposing.
You got a gross hobby, Emus.
Yeah. Sometimes the more I know, the more.
I didn't want to let everybody know on that one, but it came up. It's useful, so let's call it a day.
Yeah.
The more you know, the less you can unknow.
Yes, I feel like
moves further away from him, still further.
And that's just this one's like one of the light ones, guys. Okay, if you can't get rid of it, I just thought if one of you guys fell down in battle, this might be handy till we got into someone important to recount and get you alive. I don't want your characters to die.
No, thank you, Emus. You know, you're good. You don't just have you don't just preserve like dead strangers. You preserve us too.
Okay,
No,
can I
I
get a
think-
passive perception check from everyone?
Go.
13.
No.
Passive perception is 11.
Passive perception, 18. Oh, sorry.
9, I think.
Okay, Amos, you notice that the sky has grown extremely overcast in just a very short time, and that the sun is starting to move behind some of these clouds now. Rian looks up and says, "The storm is unnatural.
Hmm.
I have to go back to the hollow."
You
Let's
guys
go.
go back. Erglak, can you take this? If there is something that is causing this storm here, we want to stay and deal with it.
Okay. She actually opens up she just draws a circle in the air and a shimmering portal appears and she touches her hand to it and her and Erglak go and disappear from view.
And they took the body.
And
Like
they
I
took
got
the body.
Erglak to take the body, Kate.
Yeah, Erglak
Perfect.
just slings it over his shoulder and they both, as soon as she touches it, they both just disappear.
But wait, guys, what if something's happening to Drake Hollow? Where's the storm being centered? Is it dark here or is it dark over at Drake's
It's
Hollow?
really everywhere. It
Everywhere.
appears that the clouds are starting to coalesce overhead and that the weather is turning south fairly quickly. The storm is moving in.
What if they're attacking Drake's Hollow?
Yeah, I wonder if we should all go back.
I think we should,
Because there's
all-
more people there to be hurt than.
and we can plan from there.
Okay, try this on for size. Kite's going with him because Kalen's there.
Yeah, I don't even know how many can she pour.
Yeah,
Well, Kite's going to jump in anyways. Doesn't matter.
Could we go with her? Like, just be like, I was gonna try and stop her and be like, wait, just a sec, before she goes. Could you take the rest of us? What if Drake Hollow is in trouble and you need all of us?
That's a good point.
Okay.
Could we come with you?
I don't know how many she can.
Who's that, Rian?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
asking Rianne if we could all just come with you, just in case there's an attack on Drake Hollow now.
Yeah, she's
She-
gone.
Oh, darn.
She's already gone. You guys waited so long after that. This is not.
Kite's
We did not go back in time.
No, like
That's-
we're just
Start running.
So when she was leaving, you
all the time because there's this internet thing that like we can only
No,
talk.
that's
Oh,
fair.
lag,
That's
lag,
fine.
lag,
Okay,
lag.
so you ask Rian if you can go with her, if she can take. Who wants to come with her?
Oh,
think all of
we
us.
would all try to, but depends what level she is, I think.
Well, she can take up to eight people total.
Okay.
Yeah,
she's
let's all
awesome.
go then.
Let's all
Okay.
go.
So you guys, yeah. So you guys, as she reaches up and touches that, it's just like boom, and you guys appear right directly inside of Drake's Hollow, right inside the tavern area, right beside the kitchen.
I tell her.
All standing separated in the room. Gone,
look
Bob,
at
you
her.
are on top of a table.
Nice. I do a little
Rush to a door to see if anything's happening outside.
Okay, other than the storm moving in, and some of the people that have gathered outside that you saw standing on the road, there's about 30 people in total that have just started to move in closer towards Drake's Hollow as the weather has turned, and a bit of light rain has started in this area.
May I ask
It's just
Rianne
starting
to
to drop.
teach me that one day?
Yeah, she's like a teleport spell.
Yeah, one day you should teach me that. It might be useful. Thank you. Persuasion check. I don't know, but that's a good one to know later.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's a high level spell, so
Yeah,
you're a ways away from knowing that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, she kind of smiles. She's like, perhaps at a time not so dire as this, we can talk more.
Perfect.
And yeah, she's just she disappears off into the kitchen. She's like, I must make sure that our affairs here are in order and that nobody has made any ingress into this place.
All right.
And then Erglak actually disappears as well. He talks a moment with the guy at the front who's seated guarding the entrance, who remains there, while Erglak disappears off into the back towards where your guys' rooms were.
Let's sit down here for a bit, team. Because it looks like we got two choices we got to discuss. Either we go to this tower, because that's where Elthis, the wizard might be, or we go to Calyndra and tell them about the resurgence of this cult, and maybe get some more support and direction there.
Okay, so as you guys are talking, you notice that the gentleman at the front, the armored guy that was guarding the front door, goes to the front and opens the door and begins to gesture several of the people that are outside to come inside out of the rain. He tells people, you can hear him shouting to folks that it's okay, come inside out of the storm. And within no time at all, people begin piling through and filling up this place. And now you can hear voices everywhere. Just so many conversations about what's going on. People deliberating on the storm. Is the area cursed? What has befallen this area?
We gotta look for people that might summon portals and invite that army that took out. Remember, they used a portal, so that's a summoner or someone like that. So we gotta watch the people entering.
It sounds like this. Who's this demon, Ghoul or? Ghoul. It seems like it's pretty powerful for us right now. If we go to this tower and it's there, I don't know. It might be too much for us to handle, but at the same time, it might not be fully here and still weakened that we can stop it.
The question is, how long will Elsith last?
That is the question, and we don't know.
Elsith, he's pretty important to us, I believe, and Rianne.
How much do we know about? Do we know enough about Amangul to take them on?
Well, then I pull out this large book that I've been collecting about Amangul stuff.
Oh well, then.
Yeah, no. So he's pretty much a badass. But I did learn a little bit from Rianne, just confirm my suspicions of him being a spellcaster and probably a lich, someone that uses a phylactery to regain essence and then pretty much be immortal. So if you kill him, you got to find the phylactery at the same time to destroy that, or 1,000 years later he's back at you and probably mad at the people that took him down.
Can you kill the phylactery before you kill him?
You got to know where it is, and that's the trick. So I think the finding some people, some sergeants, taking out some of his outposts or factories, arms factories.
But they won't know. He won't trust them with that knowledge.
No, but if you start,
something that can kill him.
Yeah, I was thinking, but if you start taking those out, he's going to come at you, and that's when he becomes vulnerable. If you go at him, he's in his stronghold and he's ready. He's all badass. But if you start taking out things, he's like, shoot, I got to go out and get those.
He's already after us. In fact,
Where's your
specifically? He's after me.
Where's your bird, Emus?
It was up, but he has only. I know it was up. He has to take. So ravens generally fly for 3 hours before having to take rest if they're going really hard, flapping in the wind. But if it's
so he's just doing donuts around there?
Sure.
Okay. So you guys hear the distant clap of thunder as you're having this discussion, and it's so loud it reverberates the entire room. Just so shakes the tree.
Storm is coming.
Yeah, and you get the rain begins to fall harder, and your raven is circling above and catches a flash through your eyes. You can see a flash of red light down towards Elsith's tower.
A red light?
Yep.
Damn it, Grond was right. So I relay that to the group. It seems like some magic was just cast at the tower. Or what I perceive as abnormal, something abnormal. So something magic.
Let's go let Rianne know, and maybe she can there.
Okay, you would have to find her. She's not in here right now.
She went back into the kitchens, right?
She went back that direction, yeah. But you know that, like, from the outside, the kitchens would lead up into the third big tree on the left-hand side of it, the more northern side of Drake's Hollow, and that there's a bunch of rooms hollowed out of that tree as well. And then up to the right, there's another tree to the south, and there's a bunch of rooms hollowed out to that. And then this main tree that you guys are in sits in front of one of the old battlement towers that used to be here. They all kind of wind around that tower, and they're interconnected.
So the guard, we can ask the guard maybe where Rianne is.
He's like, I don't know.
Or you could just run through the kitchens and just start screaming for her.
Someone's got message 120 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of us who have it.
But you need to know where she is.
I'm going to try and message Urglak. You try and message. Oh, you have to see them, don't you?
I don't think so.
No, you don't need to.
You just have
You
to
just
know
have
what they
to
look
know. So yeah, I'll send a message to Rianne then, and
Okay.
Never mind. Towards a creature within range.
You have to point your finger towards a creature.
This one's the cantrip. There's a different level spell that does it on a different plane inside. No, this one you have to see him.
It says here, you can cast this spell through solid objects if you are familiar with the target and know it is beyond the barrier.
And you are.
That's what happens when you read past the first sentence.
Yeah, there you go. So, and
I'm
you
gonna
are.
try and send one to Urglak, and you want to send one to Rianne?
Okay,
Yeah.
so amidst the din of this crowd that's gathered in here, you both attempt to communicate with each of those individuals, and you reach a bit of a hazy connection, as if through many walls, as if the connection is being subtly broken, almost kind of like a bad static from the storm, perhaps. But you're able to communicate. What is the message that you would each like to send to these individuals?
seems
Emus
like
has
magic.
seen a bolt of magical red energy blasting down on the tower. Is there any way that you or Rianne can get us to the tower in a hurry?
Yeah, something similar.
She's like, I'm worried it may be a distraction. And then she's like, one moment. And then about 30 seconds later, her and Urglak barrel back down from their individual locations. Urglak from the east side of the room, and her from inside the kitchen. She comes in, and they gather. And the crowd is too thick, so she gestures for you to come. She guides you into the kitchen, where it's a little bit quieter. And she says, I can take you there, but I do not want to leave the hollow undefended.
Should we go there?
Well,
Do you
is
have
there
any
any
spells
reason
that
for
can
us?
tell the future, that can tell if Drake's Hollow will be under attack, or?
She's like, I do not have that ability. She's like, but I can send you back to Elsith's tower.
Hold on. Is there any reason? Is there anything there left that would be of any value to them?
She's like, I do not know. Only the corpses of what they had left behind.
Well, maybe we can just sneak and watch and gain some information at the very least.
The only thing is if they're trying to distract.
Okay, you do find Kaylin, Kite. She's actually come down from one of the rooms above down towards where Urglak was, and she's just kind of looking over the crowd. She spots Grond and kind of beelines her way, and you catch her just as she's beelining her way towards Grond.
So, Rianne, do you think we should go?
She's like, I cannot guarantee what you would find there. I have no idea what magic's been used in that area. She's like, I can send you there, perhaps just to the outskirts.
Yeah, maybe I think we should just go to the outskirts and hide and just observe.
Okay.
But what if something happens here and we're not here to help defend?
Yeah.
I feel Rianne is pretty powerful. Rianne, are you worried? Do you need our help?
Urglak stands up. He's like, don't worry. We've got this.
All right. And I say, there's weapons out in the court.
Okay, she actually puts a hand on Urglak and says, Urglak, I can defend this place. You should go with them. And he just kind of looks at her. He's like, I don't want to leave you. And she smiles and she says, they may need your help. And she says, would you like me to teleport you close? Urglak will attend you.
Well, should we just...
and I look around to the group and I'm like, do we want to put Urglak's life in danger?
No.
Urglak looks confused. He's like, I would much rather stay here. Guarantee home safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not split them up.
Yeah, meme game is strong tonight. That's awesome. So Erglak is to stay.
Yeah, thanks, Rihanna. All we need is safe passage to the tower. We can take it from there.
Put us in the bush so we can hide easily and observe.
Yeah.
She's like,
I'll look at Erglak and I'll say we're leaving a couple of important people in your possession to protect as well.
Yes.
Is Kite okay with that?
Kite's okay with whatever decision you guys make. She has complete trust in you. And Kalados is insisting on going with you.
Kalados, no, you stay here.
He's
They
like,
might
"No."
need your help.
We might need his help. More
He's
than
like,
likely.
look at this brute. He gestures at Erglak. He's like, what if you get in trouble?
How good are you at hiding and sneaking, though, Kalados?
He's like, I can keep quiet when the need is there.
Yeah, but can you keep Kalen safe here?
Well, looking at this big boy, he says, I'm sure he can take it, but if you're sure, you'll be fine.
They might need you here to help defend the place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so he agrees to stay behind and defend Drake's Hollow. And
an MVP, like a very important person or something. She's got like Secret Service protecting her. Shoot.
Listen, Kite's honor is on the line there. She said she'd get her back home safe.
All right, good call. Bodyguards aplenty.
yeah, no. So
Are you saying it's Drake's Hollow too, Kite?
She's talking about Kalen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Kaylin's like she's got a detail on her.
another clap of thunder rocks the place, and the rain is just hammering down on the ground outside. Yeah, she says, get ready. It's going to be wet where you are. And
All
she
right.
gestures up, draws a circle in the air, and touches it with her hand, and all of you go directly into the proximity of Elsis Tower, where from your location just a bit down the path, you can see a red glow emanating from, like, it's really rainy, it's gray, it's overcast, but you can see the faint glow of some kind of red flame or energy emanating from just behind the tower from your position. So if you look at the map right now, you guys have come out right here.
Could I ask a squirrel maybe or something? Be like, flame good or flame bad?
There is
Flame
absolutely, when you get in here, there is not
Wax
any
on.
trace of
Wax
wildlife
on.
to be found. It appears that the area has just been vacated by almost everything. But from your vantage point right now, you would have to move around the tower to see what is going on there.
Emus, can you use your raven right now?
You're over
Yep.
here.
So at this time, I'd have to shake the sensor and get the raven back up.
Okay, you shake the sensor and get the raven back up. And the raven coalesces and takes flight, flying directly up and up, looking above the tower. And on the other side, you see that a massive circular gate surrounded by crackling red energy has opened up and created a sort of a divot in the ground similar to the one that you had seen before. And just ahead of it, there appears to be two men clad in black armor dragging the corpses of their friend back towards the gate.
The cleanup crew.
I cast hypnotic pattern on him.
Okay, you're nowhere near there, man.
Oh,
You
damn
are-
it. That's right.
Yeah, you guys are nowhere near. Let me finish.
Yeah, this is the tower, and they're looking down. So, like, where you got like a building in between. Shoot.
Okay, so yeah, as you're flying over, you're remaining concentrating on that bird sight right now.
Bird. Well, I would have to see them properly in that gate. Yeah.
Yeah, so you saw the two, and as the raven flies over, you see that closer in towards the tower is a third figure, a tall and imposing humanoid figure, but its face is surrounded by a black metal mask. Inside, you can barely see, but there's hints that there's red eyes glowing within that mask, huge flowing black and red robes, and on the center of his chest, as the bird flies down and around, on the center of his chest, you can see like there's some kind of necklace or symbol, and that he is gesturing at these individuals, barking some kind of orders at them, but you can't hear through the thunder and the rain.
So
How far are we away?
Right now, you're about 80 feet from the side of the tower closest to where you are.
If
let
I
the-
bellow as loud as possible,
Oh yeah.
do you figure they'd be able to hear it?
Possibly.
I'm just thinking bait. So I look at the guys. I mean,
Kite's
before they
hiding.
get
Kite's
through,
hiding
before
before he
they-
does anything.
If Elsith couldn't take him, what are we going to be brave enough to take him? Elsith was pretty powerful.
Yes.
Elsith was, but you know what? If we have a chance to try and get information from this right now, I mean, there is 5 of us. and
Grond
there's
in
one
his
of
new
it's like,
armor is just like, let's take on the world. Okay, I'm down.
Let's
Oh,
just.
I'm not
watch
thinking
them.
that, but I'm just. Oh.
Let's.
I need-
Once they walk through that portal, they're gone, and
I
our
need-
doorway here is closed.
I need perception rolls from everybody, please.
Let's do this. Come on, Dice. You're horrible tonight.
5.
15, including bonuses.
You notice to the north and the south, coming around the other side of the tower, are 2 other guards to the north and 2 guards to the south. Both of them dressed in that black armor and carrying the shields with the symbol of Amangul on front. They appear to be searching the outskirts, the perimeter.
So there's 4, 2 of them, and 2 of them, and then the sergeant, maybe the powerful dude.
There's the tall, imposing figure. There's the 2 that are dragging the corpses of their friends back through that portal. And then there are 2 of these really black armored guards that were just under the tree line to the north and just under the tree line to the south.
I don't think we have the element of surprise here, anyways, guys. If they're coming out of the woods towards us.
They appear to be searching. Neither group has appeared to notice either of you right now.
Who here has ranged attacks?
I do. I have my bow.
I can get close with invisibility.
If
Fire.
all 4 of us shoot at the one guy on the north immediately, is there any possibility, do you guys think, that we could take him out?
I don't
All
think
4 of
it's
it's
a
one
good idea
initial
to
shot.
start a fight right like that. If you're gonna jump a guy, it might be better to sneak up closer and then melee them. Because that way, if you can subdue them quietly, then we can interrogate them away from their group instead of
It's just killing me because, like, I'll tell you right now, we don't have enough time to go into this encounter. We have about 10 minutes left of the show, so we can sit and deliberate a bit here. We won't have time to engage, but you guys will definitely have some time to. I'm really excited to see what goes on here now.
What could happen?
Your poison? Do you have your paralyzation poison?
That was a one-use thing.
Just wondering, Kelly, how far apart are the 2 groups of the 2 guards?
So there's approximately 80 feet worth of space between the tree line and the tower on all sides.
But between those, so there's 2 guards coming this way and 2 guards coming that way, so they're about 80 feet apart then from each other?
They're going to be about 100 feet from us, and they would be about close to 160 feet from each other.
Yeah, if not a little more because of the tower in between.
I see.
Yeah.
So if we could take one of them out silently, the other one wouldn't know.
I could cast Hypnotic Pattern, and if that could take 1 or 2 of them out, depending on if
you can take. Well, that hypnotic pattern's only going to work in a small area, so you take 1 out.
No, 30 feet.
Pattern.
I could take.
That's a small area.
It'll target 2 of them though.
No, because they're 160 plus feet apart.
Oh
There's
no,
2 in each group.
Yeah.
Do we want to learn what they're thinking?
Oh, that's a good idea.
I can cast Detect Thoughts on a general pretty good range here.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also have my sneak attack too if I can get in behind one of them.
Kite and Calyndra, can you both get in and kind of sneak up on someone?
Oh yeah, no problem.
I think that's probably the best. If I'll try Hypnotic Pattern, you sneak up, you detect thoughts, and that way we got a plan and a backup plan and some cover off.
So this would be a combination of spells, and then to get within 30 feet and cast Detect Thoughts. I like the sneak up idea of the monk.
Well,
Batman always sneaks up, and then he's like, "I'm Batman," and then kicks ass. So
Jace
that
knows
move.
and hypnotic pattern is 120 feet range, so I can like.
You guys can be ready for the ranged attacks. I think this could be a way to plan for the next time.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
figure you've only got about half a minute or so before they're going to start outskirting the perimeter in your general direction.
No, so we're trying to sneak up on Leader Boy to see what he's thinking and do some.
Okay, so I'll show you where on the map. I'll show you where they're.
If that's the plan.
Why don't you detect thoughts on one of the grunts?
So there's two guys up here. There's two guys down here, and the leader was here with two guys dragging corpses from this direction into a portal right there.
And where are we?
I think
you guys were over here.
Sneak and like get the ones on the south, the two on the south first. If we go straight for the leader, then we could end up with just being in the middle of all of their forces.
Yeah.
Whereas
That's what Grond's gonna do anyways, with some like Hulk jump kick. So I was just planning ahead, kind of.
I got no more spells today, man.
Okay, that's good then.
Oh,
Good.
that's
Yo, plans change now.
Yeah, no, we want to take out the mobs first, before pulling them all. So if we can learn anything from the grunts that are sneaking away, come out silently, individually, and we might learn more without tipping off our hand.
Yeah.
Kelly,
Alright.
can I just do one quick investigation thing?
Of course.
I'm going to take a look around us to see if there's any more behind us.
Okay.
Because if we try and spring a trap, but we're standing in the middle of it, we're foobar.
Yeah.
You can roll an investigation.
What's investigation? I got a 13.
Yeah, so looking back down the trail, you don't see anything remarkable, and just, kind of gauging the bushes to the north and the south on either side of this trail, you don't seem to detect any movement in there as well.
Okay. Then I don't mention it, and that's
Okay.
where I leave it.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we should focus on the two to the left. Kite and Calyndra, you sneak down to the two on the south, and the rest of us will just attack with distance weapons.
We don't want to learn anything.
Well, if we knock them unconscious, then we could resuscitate them.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys are just plotting and planning for your next move here with these guys moving in. The rain's hammering down on the place. The whole area is just gray and dreary. And
It is easier to sneak in the rain.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with all the sound, like the din of the sound of heavy rain like this, and the visual obfuscation, even seeing where arrows and stuff like that are coming from is definitely going to be a surprise to these guys.
That's difficult for sure, yeah.
And one more idea. We could maybe escape into like where that number 4 is, and then maybe those bad guys, we can lure them into the El Sith's trap.
Yeah, so that's back. Well, the log trap that was across the one place there, and most of the other like small springy traps that you guys recognize coming in, all annihilated up that one path. That clearing back in 4, that's where you guys. Yeah, that's where you guys kind of were screwed.
So they already know about those traps. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
The other thing is, and I'm just going to point this out, there is no way in hell they're going to leave that portal open.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So
they're not going to leave that portal bare.
Is Emus within 30 feet of one of the guards?
No.
No?
You guys are about 100 feet away from either one of those.
If Calyndra casts Pass without trace, then Emus might be able to go with you. You got a pretty high dexterity, so you might be able to sneak with them.
I'm just thinking
if Kite casts Pass without trace, we can all go to get to that guy, or that group of 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a good sneak too, actually. I'm very adept at stealthy. My years of ballet training made me very light on my feet.
Actually, even Grond is adept at stealth, to be honest.
I think we're all stealthy. Oh, I love it. We're like a stealthy group. Mage high five. Mage hand high five. Oh, sorry. Kite. Oh, we'll do
Oh
Kite.
yeah, sneaky sneak. Who's wearing chainmail now?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
But it's a
But-
chain shirt. It's not it's not full chainmail, so she doesn't
And
get
it's
disadvantage.
magic. Does that?
Well, on Grond, were you like donning that leather armor right away, kind of?
Oh
thing?
yeah,
Okay.
as soon as Rion kind of put her hand on my shoulder and said, "Yeah, this was meant for you."
He did the whole Sailor Moon transformation costume change.
Yeah. Well, as you put that leather armor on, you find that it's a bit too big for you. But as soon as you put it on, it kind of sucks in and becomes very comfortable.
nice.
Nice.
So
How would you guys feel about me picking up a stone and hurling it at the rubble of the tower? That way, it'll drag any attention towards the tower and away from our general direction as well.
Honestly, I think just let Calyndra and I take point on this, and if there's trouble, then we'll adapt. But if we give away too much right away for no reason, it might be bad.
Try
Yeah.
and keep at least one of them alive. Don't like cut heads off or smash skulls.
Yeah, just knock them out, and then we could like heal them, so we could detect the thoughts.
What do I look like, Grond?
Well,
Grond tries to keep things alive, but you guys always kill him.
What?
what? How many skulls have you smashed? I think your nickname's like Skull Smasher.
Almost, but I always try and keep people alive. Oddly enough. Hey,
In
on
case
that last
you
one, I
guys
tried to keep that one guy alive, and for some reason, everyone like Kalados and Kite and everyone just kept coming in and attacking the crap
He
out
was
of him. I'm like,
running
no.
away. He
You
was running
keep guys
away.
alive as well as you dive off.
We can't let him escape alive and say, "Yeah, the ogre was here at this time." Like, no way. We gotta. Our greatest advantage right now is they know where we are.
That's why we sneak attack and let the monk and the dark elf lead the way.
And I don't even think I want to go in that portal. Like, we gotta just make sure nobody goes through there, right?
Did you not meet Elsith?
Yeah, I did, but that portal could
But-
be like way too much for us without knowing what we're stepping into.
No, we don't want to go into the portal. We want to prevent them from it.
Yeah.
Because I think we want to interrogate this guy. So,
Yeah.
guys, like I said with the last leader guy, don't kill him. Just
Yeah.
because I drop kick him off a horse and knock his horse on top of him
Yeah.
doesn't mean it's time to kill.
Well,
This is coming from Grond.
I'm just gonna keep pasting this until you guys look at it.
Like Kettle Black? What is it?
we'll figure it out one day.
Yes.
But these cult members are so like reserved. They don't know much anyway. It seems like their minds are so like controlled and lost. They don't seem to know too much. The leader guy might.
Well,
But
and I'm hoping that DC
Batman.
14
One more.
saving throw works.
There we go.
But
yeah, we'll try.
I think he's going to be tough enough to pass that without much effort. But that being said, it is absolutely a great plan. Just like my tripping strike will be great. There's a couple of things that will potentially be very valuable and very worthwhile to attempt.
Yeah, and you might
But-
just end up shooting gems out of your fingers too. Like you never know.
No more spells.
That's right.
No more spells today. I'm good.
I'm thinking I could just walk up, read binds before you beat them. Ugh. I don't know. Every time you go up to try and just beat them into submission, you end up smashing skulls. So, me personally, I think we should have just get the shut down the. That's the main goal. If we get these guys in our realm and they can't escape, then we're good to go.
Well,
I don't know
planning is
about
definitely
shutting
going
down
to be
that
crucial.
portal.
Yeah,
I don't know about how we're going to shut down that portal, to be honest. I think there's something
I do.
on the other side that is. Oh, really?
I do. If I can get close enough to it, I know how to shut down that portal.
Okay.
And this is where I should probably bow out so you guys can discuss stuff without me listening. I will plot against you.
Yay!
That's
So,
why I didn't say anything.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding, man. It's all. So, yeah, thanks very much for coming out tonight, guys.
Oh,
Appreciate
Sorry,
it.
can I just say one thing? I didn't get to attack anyone with my vicious insult, but I had one loaded, so I can tell it. Okay,
Yeah.
if you
You should save it.
if you're no, there's so many though. We gotta say it. If you were any more inbred, you'd be a sandwich.
Hashtag dad joke. Oh my god, that was crazy.
Well, how about, you know what? Let's just go with a vintage classic here and say, you know what? I stuck up for you the other day. Someone said you eat shit sandwiches, and I said, hell no. He does not eat bread.
It's on a low carb diet.
He's
In this
celiac.
world of gluten free, you could now change that to, oh, he doesn't eat shit sandwiches. He's gluten free.
Shit.
Next time, man. I hope I get to viciously mock someone, and
Oh.
it is my goal. I just laid it out there for everyone. It's my goal to kill someone with an insult. Like that'll be like their final blow. They're like,
Well,
ah,
you already did last week.
and they like collapse to the ground. Like,
Oh
You
man, that's
You're
hilarious.
using the heat metal on the guy's armor, and then you viciously mocked him, and he died.
Yeah, that is true. He died for the heat, but yeah, you did get a good insult in there while he was like, ah.
yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't like the killing blow. I think the heat metal took him down, but know.
I like how you have insults prepared. The monk has monk speak prepared, and I have like little Poe rhymes prepared for the spells. So we're all staying in character. That's good.
Yeah, it's all part of it. You know, it gives you extra damage in your rolls, I believe. So
Well, I look forward to seeing how you all manage to work this situation out.
yes,
So if everybody's up for it, we'll find out later in the week. We'll group up next Friday for Chronicles of Chryalis, the continuation. And just a shout out to J-Man Weird, Scaredy Matt, Praise the Sun 88. Maddie, thanks for dropping by. Farrell the Feral, all the people that stopped in to say hello to us. Ergaman, Jose, love you guys. So, yeah, thanks again, everybody, for coming out tonight. And I will look forward to catching you all up in chat or sometime later. Have a great night.
Thanks, everyone.
Later.
See you next
Good team. Man,
So much.
I